Kia ora koutou, katoa, all good. Whakataka te hau ki te uru. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Ki mā kina kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tai. E he aki ana, te atakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, te hei mauri ora. Well, thank you everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for Councillor Stewart for getting in here, finishing your committee by 2, which ensured we had a quorum, so thank you for that. As advised by email on the 1st of February, this meeting was rescheduled due to the state of emergency, and the business items considered today will be item 8, item 13, item 16, and also, as you'll see, there should be a piece of paper on your desk. There will also be an extraordinary item which we'll come to soon on the flood response and planning response to that. But first of all, as this is the first formal meeting since the Auckland floods on Auckland Anniversary Weekend, I'd like to officially put an acknowledgement on behalf of the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor, Councillors and Independent Māori Statutory Board to take the opportunity to acknowledge the loss of life, the effect on residents in our city, both personally and on property, and obviously want to acknowledge the amazing way our community has responded and assisted. I think what we saw was a catastrophic loss right across our city, something we've never seen before. Some of the records state it's, in some cases we saw 8.5 times the normal rainfall in January that we normally do, and within 6 hours I think it was about 6 times what we'd normally see in that period of time. I think we'll all have our own stories to tell over the time, and we've heard pretty horrendous stories on the doors of our local residents and businesses, and seen people from all walks of life effectively lose everything, which has, I know, been extremely overwhelming to many of us, and our community, of course, much more overwhelming. The second thing, obviously want to acknowledge those 4 members of our community who lost their lives, and what horrendous effect that will be having on their families as well. The other thing is the community response. I think probably the only good thing to come out of this disaster has been the best of our communities have come out, as they always do in occasions like this, but it's been phenomenal. All of you have been sharing what your communities have been doing, whether it's the surf lifesavers who got out in my community in the Wairoa Valley and saved about, I think, 69 people they saved. You know, I can't imagine what that would have been like in those moments. There's stories all of us will have. You know, I've had older residents talk to me about putting other older residents on their back and escaping floodwaters and pulling people out, and I'm sure many staff and anyone in this room has been affected by those stories. Our community, the New Zealand Defence Force, the Student Volunteer Army, just neighbours helping neighbours, food parcels just forming, and people just cooking meals for each other. I could go on, but I think just at this point, due to the effects, if we could all stand and maybe spend a minute just reflecting on what's the horrendous occasion. Thank you. Thank you all. Right, so we'll move to the business of today. There is quite a lot, and it'll be moving around. We've received absence on council, apologies from Councillor Bartley and Councillor Sayers on council business. We have early departure by Mayor Wayne Brown on council business, Councillor Julie Ferry at approximately 4 p.m. The Deputy Mayor will be leaving early as well, And we have an apology from Councillor Foley as well. Could I please have a mover? Councillor Henderson, someone to second. Councillor Ferry, all those in favour? Could I please have a mover to move for Councillor Fletcher to be joined by electronic attendance? Councillor Watson, second. Councillor Leone, all those in favour? Thank you, and welcome Councillor Fletcher. Glad you can make it with us. Any declarations of interest? No. Confirmation of the minutes. Could I have a mover? Councillor Dalton. Cool. A seconder. Deputy Mayor Simpson. All those in favour? There are no petitions. For public input, we have a deferred request from the Auckland Yacht and Boating Association. The reasons they're wanting to come talk about the access to hard stands and those infrastructure of that nature across the city. The reason for deferring at this time, they were accepted last week, but we have deferred them due to the state of the emergency and the time-sensitive nature of this meeting. So they will be asked to come back to the Thursday, 2nd of March meeting. There is no local board input. Matter of extraordinary business. So I, myself and Councillor Dalton as Deputy Chair, in consultation with the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and staff, we're putting forward a extraordinary business item that the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee consider an extraordinary item commissioning of work into the implications of the Auckland Anniversary Weekend flooding event on Auckland's land use, planning, regulatory and other policy settings, and we'll be considering that at item 17. And we are noting that the reason the matter was not on the agenda is because this was compiled prior to the Auckland Anniversary flooding, and the reason why this matter cannot be delayed until a subsequent meeting is officers need to prepare advice prior to the next meeting of the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee. So do I move?
You can move that, yes.
Cool, I'll move that. And Deputy Chair, would you like to second? All those in favour? Any opposed? Thank you. And now we'll put a motion forward for precedence of business to bring forward that item, as the Mayor has to leave early, and I think it's appropriate for the Mayor to be here while discussing this issue, and he would like to be as well. So, the Mayor, would you like to move the consideration of moving this forward? And a seconder, Deputy Mayor Simpson. All those in favour? Any opposed? No. Thank you. Right, so we'll go to item 17, which a brief information is on your desk. Now, do I go straight to what? This? Now? Okay. I'll just speak briefly and then maybe go to the Mayor, or Megan first after me. No? Okay. Right. Sorry, this is a bit clearly on the fly, but everyone. Right, as the response, you've seen the effect to our community is large. I think the latest figures I've got here on red stickers. Our building teams have done a fantastic job of getting around to our communities. I've lost it. Maybe this one. 278 red stickered properties, 1,675 yellow stickered properties, and over 2,500 white stickered properties. And as you'll know in your communities, that doesn't tell the story of all the damage and destruction to homes. Many homes which have lost everything aren't included in those lists, as they may still be livable. The destruction around our community and council assets, we've got 85 sites that have been affected by storm damage. We've got libraries that are closed. 167 sites have been affected by damage to parks infrastructure, bridges, boardwalks and playgrounds. There's 18 playgrounds damaged, 90 boardwalks and bridges, and other tracks, and 59 other significant pieces of damage. And that's what's been audited so far. There will unfortunately be more. There are lease sites that have been impacted, 21 of those, 14 are moderately or significantly impacted. And this, as you'll understand, there's a lot of slips on private land, but to get the order of magnitude, there's 178 slips so far recorded on public land. 178, so you can imagine what the type of slips are on private land as well. Further assessment of works is required when it is safe. As the response to the Auckland Anniversary Weekend flooding event moves through the state of emergency to recovery and remediation, calls will increase to look where we have built homes, risks in vulnerable communities, and what work needs to be done next. Each of us as elected decision makers play a role in these phases. There are distinct pieces of work needed. The recovery phase is what we are in now. This phase is about fixing what has happened and an immediate response. And also, as the Mayor will be speaking to the media, or already has, there is also another emergency phase potentially this weekend with the cyclone on its way. People all over Auckland, individuals, communities are banding together to put right what has happened. The Mayor has led out on the review of the immediate response, and Councillor Stewart's committee will play a key part in implementing the outcomes of the review, and no doubt there will be others. What we need to do to mitigate and try and ensure that an event like this doesn't affect Auckland in the same way is a longer term critical piece of work to make sure that we are well prepared as we can be for similar events in the future, and that we don't find ourselves making short-term decisions that work against us. For some, this is the piece of work to make sure this never happens again. While the never again may not be a reality, we need to know how we can properly mitigate and understand how we plan and fund for the risks of events such as we have just seen. We need to better understand exactly what happened, where it happened, why it happened, to better understand what we need to do or what not to do. Therefore, after speaking with the Mayor and Deputy Chair Angela Dalton, I've asked our staff urgently to start this longer term work. I've asked that the work be scoped and agreed on with Councillor Dalton and I and a member of the IMSB. This will involve gathering evidence from Council's experts and in some cases buying in that independent advice. The reason that Councillor Dalton and I have asked the staff to lead this work urgently is the mandate for this work sits squarely with the Mayor, Deputy Chair and this committee in terms of setting direction. The work comes out of the recommendation or projects that may sit with other committees, for example, budget implications with the Mayor and governing body and stormwater implementation and transport effects and infrastructure. And I've discussed this with Councillor Watson before this committee and we'll discuss later with Councillor Fletcher as well. While we know that this event affected the whole region in some way, it affected places differently. To better understand where to from here, we need to understand the impacts on those places around the region. You will have heard the term dynamic adaptive pathways being used when we signed off Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan. In this case, that may be what we need in some places and in other ways not. They are a part to play of the long-term climate change response. In other words, how do we better plan for and adapt over time to climate change risks in particular locations? They take time, evidence requires, and expertise, and effective communities will be need to engage with. Mana Whenua is a key partner in this. In the future, choices need to be made by those most affected as those who benefit the most pay the most. Levels of private and public intergenerational benefit determine engagement and decisions. This will be a significant piece of work that we've asked our staff to go urgently scope up, and they are already doing this. It will take resource and guidance from us and will require reprioritisation of existing work programs as noted. And this is less about the immediate fix phase and more about the longer term policy settings that might need reconsideration, including part of the LTP. This will include all current plan changes underway, including Plan Change 78. Obviously, those are nearing hearings at the moment, but I've asked for staff advice about options should we wish to change or rescope or further reinforce our submissions already. These kinds of events are severe and devastating, but unfortunately will not be unexpected for our region in the future. Over time, Council has been on a journey making regulatory changes and investments, and so is the government. Our Council group is thankfully not starting from zero, but this work is about putting the flood event in context. We have a lot of strategic direction in place. Te Tarakia Tāwhiri, Auckland's climate plan, our water strategy, our response to the government's national adaptation plan, and our too much water strategies and other strategies that we've already had underway. Many of us have spoken to ministers. We are also asking for an urgent meeting with ministers on this, around legislative change, around financial impacts, around how they can help with the medium to long-term recovery. I personally was out with Climate Minister James Shaw yesterday, showing him some of the devastation, but also some of what Council has been doing in areas where, we may have had the opportunity to clear areas or redesign areas and bring in blue-green infrastructure such as Te Ara Awataha on an area that used to flood that was less affected this time. So right, that is probably me at this point. If there are questions, I might go to the Mayor if you would like to speak to this first, and then maybe questions go to Megan at this point. Obviously, this is all at the beginning phase, but all of you have come. I've heard from all of you around what is needed to be done, and the fact we need the evidence to ensure we do it properly. Thank you. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hills. I totally support the direction of this emergency recommendation, noting that we should add an IMSB to the recommendation as well. Okay, good. I worked with the field teams of inspectors in both the northern suburbs and the southern suburbs, and I have had experience of having led such teams in the Christchurch earthquake. I was very impressed with the work and the preparation of those teams, and I supported what they were doing. They adopted about the right level, not being too harsh and considering things. But there are a lot of lessons to be learnt from this. This will take a long time, and to get underway with this, it's a very large amount of work for Megan's team, but it's absolutely essential. We face not only an unknown cost, but we can also be absolutely sure that a lot of people will be lawyering up to try and transfer the blames of various things onto us, which were not ours. So we have to think about this. There are a number of places we've seen inappropriate forms of construction and inappropriate intensification efforts in valleys. Some of these ones are works that have been commissioned subsequent to have been turned down by our council, but applicants going to the Environment Court, so we need to pick up on all of these things. It's a huge amount of work along the cliffs and valleys of our district. So I support your staff on this. I understand just how big this is, and I'm sure everybody in the room understands how important this is. In the short term, it'll reflect on just how well the response to Plan Change 88, which did actually, the council did put in some pretty good restrictions there, and it'll be interesting to know how well they fit with what we've learnt. So I'm delighted to support this. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your leadership and support for this. Is there any other questions for either staff or myself or the Mayor? Councillor Darby.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair and Deputy Chair, for leading this. It's very important. Megan, can I just ask a question? This is on the looking at the planning framework. Where are we right now in the consenting process for applications that might be in the process of being assessed, decisions being made, where we are fast learning that that application is for an activity in a hazard zone that we definitely know of right now? I'm thinking of an application for a swimming pool on a cliff, dwellings in extreme flood-prone zones, etc. So how is the regulatory team responding to what they know right now and what they will be getting to know in days and weeks? And I have a second question, Chair.
Through the Chair, thanks, Councillor Darby. That's a really good question, and of course the immediate response at the moment is really the recovery and just dealing with the now. We have started to work with regulatory, and part of this work will be to do exactly that. Of course, within the resource management framework and consenting framework, there were always legislative parameters, and kind of constraints about what we can and can't do, but we need to understand that better, and to your point, to get an understanding of any consents or plan changes actually that maybe have a different risk profile than perhaps we thought about 2 weeks ago. So look, I can't give you a number, and I can't tell you, you know, kind of what we've done or what we're doing, but we're beginning that work. And it may be that we can come back on the 2nd of March to give you a sense of that, I'm not sure. But we will also need to just see what any legal constraints or parameters we have around our ability to change or alter some of the work we're doing on those matters.
Just a second part to that, Chair, if you don't mind. Megan, I would appreciate us probably taking a position that is risk averse on behalf of the wider community rather than maybe the applicant at this stage. Now, I know we've got the law to be, you know, the resource management law to abide by, but there's a new, Chair, there's a new section in the monthly housing report, it's section 8, and it shows that, it just came in yesterday for those that do receive this, and it shows that in the November month, 18%, in the December month, 16% of dwellings are consented in hazard zones, flood zones, cliffs, erosion zones, the rest of it. And that is a new section. I've just checked this one. It's a new section that's just been added to that monthly. And it's our wake up. You know, we knew this, but maybe didn't know it. We've got to act on this information and keep building the information.
Through the Chair, I'll take that as I'm not sure if there's a response. I understand and agree, and that's exactly why we're looking at those settings, those policy settings, because maybe the settings in the unitary plan or in our design standards are not aren't good enough anymore, or may need to change. So that's that longer term work that we're talking about.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Just from my understanding, and where it fits, it may not even be in this committee, but maintenance policies. Council runs a what they call an outcomes-based policy with maintenance, which really just means it's not maintenance, scheduled anyway, it's a breakdown service, where, you know, the public are calling for maintenance and the public are observing where programmed maintenance hasn't taken place, and they believe has, and I believe in cases, has added to the problem. How does that fit into this planning process?
Through the Chair, perhaps a couple of areas. One is it can often, it fundamentally could be a budgeting or investment decision, particularly through the long-term plan, about how much money we're putting towards maintenance, renewals, all of that kind of area. It doesn't necessarily need a policy, but I would expect that this council would want to talk about both the investment, but the resourcing that we put in, or the importance we put on maintenance and renewals, and even to our own land, whether we are going to fix everything that has been affected by the flood, or whether there will be areas that we decide not to do it. And that's ultimately a budget and an action kind of decision. So there's two areas that can be part of this work, but I think it will also come through budget conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newman.
Megan, and through you, Chair, I will speak to this, but Megan, can I ask, and it follows on from what Chris Darby's just raised, which I think is very pertinent, and I support him, but whilst you might not have had discussions with ministers, I'm just wondering if you have had some at least preliminary discussion with MFE and with MB around this planning framework, and whether they are preparing a brief of information advice to ministers, potentially to inform subsequent changes. I mean, arguably, the risk profiling in the Auckland Unitary Plan was never good enough, but a lot of that has been directed and enabled because Parliament has required it. So Parliament acts on the advice of its officials. So have you got a line of sight to any of that initial discussion? And then I do reserve my right to speak.
Thanks, Councillor Newman. No, I don't know if there's specific advice going up to relevant ministers at this point. I'm not aware of that.
Councillor Lee.
Just further to that, further to Councillor Darby's reference to resource consent applications, building consents and so on in hazard zones and other areas, do the emergency regulations, the state of emergency, facilitate the council pausing or intervening in those processes? I imagine it does, but normally it would not be able to. So is the emergency regulations helpful in that respect?
Through the chair, that's a great question, Councillor Lee. I'm not thoroughly aware of it to be able to give you a comprehensive answer. There are emergency provisions, as I know you know, in the Resource Management Act itself, but the civil defence kind of state of emergency sits obviously in that piece of legislation and that jurisdiction. I'm not aware, just off the top of my head, that there are civil defence kind of emergency provisions that then enable you to trump effectively consenting in RMA processes. I'm happy to come back to you if that's something of use to you.
It's just something for you to consider, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Councillor Lee actually more or less said what I was going to say, and I was just going to, back in 2000 when we were Manukau City Council, we actually had a moratorium, and a big part of the Howard, Pekaringa and Watney ward that we knew had flooding issues. We had that moratorium, and I know some of the councillors that are still sitting around this table will remember, like a broken record, I said one day it's going to come home to bite, and we're allowing building to be built on development to go on to floodplains, and it's going to happen, and it's happened. And I think what Councillor Lee just suggested, and Councillor Darby, I think we really do need to look at saying stop, and we need a moratorium in these areas. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have asked ministers if we can have, or if it's possible to have emergency powers to do those sorts of things. So we do need that advice fairly quickly. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. 3 questions, Chair, but I'll be quick. This to me looks like quite a wide scope of work. So do we have the capacity to do this, and do we have an indication of budget?
Sorry, Councillor Henderson, it was where's the budget? Is it where the budget's coming from?
Do we have the capacity to do this in such a short turnaround, because the scope seems fairly large?
Yeah.
And also, how much money are we talking?
Yeah, so you'll sneakily realise that we're talking about a scope of work just in the next few weeks, as opposed to doing and finishing all of it. So that work will continue. Paragraph 5, Councillor Hills has recognised that, of course, this is unbudgeted, as so much of the immediate relief is unbudgeted as well. I can certainly say that this will require some reprioritisation. It may affect the forward work programme of this committee and possibly others, because, of course, we'll be working across the group to help with this. So there will be consequences. I don't know what they are specifically, but as with so much at the moment, it's unbudgeted, but we can either move money or additional money or different money. We'll just have to get to that point when we get to it.
Thanks. We've just come off a huge process of Plan Change 78 and doing our submissions and looking into all this kind of stuff. I know we did a lot of work on special character areas. Did staff work on floodplain areas as part of that work? Like, to what extent are we talking about duplication?
So through the chair, as part of Plan Change 78, we used that qualifying matter opportunity in the Act to limit or decrease otherwise, the 3x3 intensification in areas of floodplains. So that we notified that in August last year. So part of the work that I think the Chair and Deputy Chair are asking for here is to have a look about maybe where flooding occurred in relation to those floodplains and whether there's any change or difference that we might want to put in our position moving forward on Plan Change 78, increasing areas. I don't know. That's part of the work that we'll do. So we did highlight and do work on the flooding elements. Yeah.
Thank you. And last question. Look, I've seen some figures, including in the media, but does Council have an opinion on areas that have been intensified recently versus ones that haven't? Which ones have received more or less damage in the floods generally?
I'll have a go at that. Having been out in a lot of the areas with the teams, and that's the kind of stuff I look for. The heritage areas tended not to be so bad because in the old days they were kind of a bit more aware of the dangers of cliffs and valleys, but we've got a bit more brave or foolish, I'm not quite sure which word since. Surprisingly, some of the more recent things in South Auckland, even done by Kāinga Ora, are quite questionable, because some of the reasons that land was left unavailable was that it possibly wasn't a wise place to build. And so, the heritage areas did better, really, but there are exceptions to every rule. Thanks for that. And I did actually want to add a couple of bits in there while I've got the microphone. The added cost of this work will be part of that large lump which we'll sit down and negotiate with government and other agencies at some stage. And so there are some things, just like what we've done with all the bins on the booms. You just have to do that, and we'll sort out the finances later on. One item that I failed to mention, which will have a driving impact on all of this, which I have raised with the Prime Minister, is insurance. A number of those people will not only have the question of the cost of reinstatement, but most likely there will be a large number of cliff houses and valley houses which fail to get reinsurance. That's an issue which is probably bigger than the council, and I've raised that with the Prime Minister to have some thoughts about the solution to that, because there's no great point in rebuilding if they won't reinsure, or is there another alternative? So it's a nasty big piece of work there, Megan. You have to do it, and this is really just the recommendation to kick it off rather than do it. Else we'll go through many iterative learnings as we get further into it and as other people enter the fray. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Councillor. And although it's anecdotal, which everything is right now, is I would say in myself and Councillor Darby's community, the newly intensified areas actually fared better than they used to, but that was due to us putting in, and the government putting in better infrastructure as well, dropping the fields as a dry pond and things like that. The other issue is around the qualifying matters in our area, only from a cursory look, as the slips have come down in the areas we asked for low density with a qualifying matter for coastal hazards, and the areas which flooded in our community were the areas covered by our lower density zoning with the floodplain qualifying matter. So it does show that our teams were very, have been pushing that as our evidence for those qualifying matters, and there are other submitters pushing back on that, but I assume that may further help our evidence. The Councillor Walker.
Sure. I've just got a question as it goes to scope. If we base this around the flood event we've just had, my concern around scope is it could have been much worse. If we had significant storm surges and high tides in a whole range of areas that I've certainly pointed out on many occasions, the storm would not have escaped. And the flooding to those areas, low-lying areas in my community, Manly, Rewa, Red Beach, Sharkles Bay, would have been catastrophic. And certainly through many low-lying areas of the bays. I mean, catastrophic. Far, far worse than what actually occurred. So my concern is that the scope needs to take those things into account. It could have been worse. The other concern that I've got is, by infrastructure, I'm assuming implicit in that is stormwater, but the necessity to plan around far more than 1 and 100-year events, which is essentially what our pipe work is based on, and the lack of consideration, and again it goes to scope here, around overland flow paths, many of which are on private property, and the approach that has been taken internally is not to worry about that without putting too fine a word on it because of budgetary considerations and policy over time. So I'm hoping that those things will be taken into consideration. And the other matter that's not there under scope is finances, the impact on council finances, and particularly the role of development contributions and the inadequacy of development contributions in funding, the relationship between that on rates and overall funding, which is essentially part of the systemic problem that goes to finances that has put us where we are. So I would hope within scope that the bigger picture is part of what is under consideration. Otherwise, my concern is, again, we have a superficial approach as we've had before, and we don't learn. And I would hope also in terms of scope that we look at other cities like Brisbane, other cities, sister cities in some instances like Brisbane, who have given us advice in the past which we haven't followed, so we've known about this. Thank you.
Through the chair, just a quick response. Thanks, Councillor Walker. Certainly, if I try to, kind of summarise a high level around the scope, ultimately this big conversation, which we'll do over time, is what is the council's risk profile now around some of this? Has it changed? Are we not willing to accept the kind of settings, whether it's 1 in 100 flow path, whatever it might be? Is that not enough anymore? Does it need to increase? And therefore, what are the implications for our communities on those decisions? What would happen if it was a different kind of policy setting? So it does include the matters you've raised. I think the funding, your finance funding one, is a really good point. So thank you for that. And certainly any other ideas councillors have around the scope, I'd be very grateful to hear. But I understand your points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And may I also add my thanks to everybody for being able to participate today, and the offer to try and draw on any further information. But I have a very specific question, and that is, again, looking at the scope of what you are looking to undertake, and I applaud that. In the early 2000s, actually, Legacy Auckland City undertook a multi-million-dollar integrated catchment study, which took over 4 years and gave a very detailed picture of Auckland's flooding-prone areas that were vulnerable and assessed the existing infrastructure. When I've done an overlay of the recent flooding events with the work that Craig Hobbs' team are giving us on a daily basis on the assessments, there is a remarkable similarity with the body of that work. That work didn't seem to be taken into account when we consider the qualifying matters with Plan Change 78. Can I have the assurance that those who are working on this will draw on any of those legacy plans that gave us at that time quite a clear picture? This was work that was independently assessed. Will you be able to work on that work, or will you be starting from scratch?
Through the chair, kia ora, Councillor Fletcher, thank you for that. No, we won't be starting from scratch. We need to use the information we already have at hand, so I can absolutely assure you that we will particularly look at that document and that piece of work that you have raised. But more broadly, yes, we should start with what we have and to determine whether that is still up to date, and there may need to be some changes and some more work, and we will work through that with you over time. Thanks, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Megan, and I'm willing to provide any information that I have because I think we all need to work together on this.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Ferry.
Thank you. This is a good carry on from my ward colleague. I'm interested to know, I think, yeah, it's vital we do this, and good to see we're moving swiftly. I'd like to understand how this might interact with some of the previous work we've done around managed retreat, coastal inundation, in particular in the face of climate change. So just obviously, you know, this is the scope of works. You don't know what you're going to do until you work out what you're going to do. But we just have a little bit of an idea of what the plan is in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferry. Yes, we a couple of years ago started the body of work around the shoreline adaptation plans. Largely that had been focused because in our legal sense, we could only really focus on public assets and public land, although we took into consideration private land. We've only done 3 of those so far and we're working through them, but we also have given that feedback through the government's national adaptation plan around what the heck do we do under these circumstances for private land, working with government, working with insurers. Obviously, that I hope that is front of mind, that needs to be sped up from government side of things. Megan might have more to say on that. But we were clear around the complications which we're now facing before this.
Look, through the chair, I think, you know, there's some really big conversations that this council may wish to have or may not wish to have, and managed retreat is one of them. It's easy to say, but you know, it's a very complicated and a very personal kind of matter, isn't it, for people involved. So I'm certainly willing to enable you to have that conversation. It will ultimately be up to you about how far you go with that. But of course, managed retreat is also something that the central government, in my view, should be involved in as well. So maybe the scope of that is going to perhaps be a bit longer, but also depend how we might want to do that and how you might want to have that conversation with communities.
Councillor Watson.
Didn't have my hand up, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Might have. Member Ashby.
Kia ora. Thank you. First just wanted to acknowledge the importance of this. I think you know, a lot of our iwi Māori communities have been talking about this for a long time. So just, I guess, turning that into a question, just 2 points in terms of scope, is I guess the mātauranga or Māori dimension to this is probably a rich source of knowledge to bring in and build into it in terms of these places and their resilience or otherwise. You know, iwi hapu been in this place the longest, and so have very, very long memories of this. So just a scoping question. The second one, I know this is just the start of it, but we've heard about Kāinga Ora, and I'm just mindful of the Supporting Growth Alliance mahi that's looking at places in what I would certainly consider flood-prone areas. So it's just, I guess, how wide you cast the net, while still not casting it so wide you can't actually progress anything. So, thanks.
Kia ora, Member Ashby. Really good questions. On your first, the scope's kind of the what. The how, I think, is part of the 2nd of March, but also onwards, and certainly in my view, iwi Māori and Mātauranga Māori will be really important as part of that. So my expectation is that over time there will be engagement with all communities, including iwi Māori as well. So that's definitely part of the thinking, but it's possibly more of a how one does it, as well as the what. Your supporting growth comment, look, yes, you're right. The world continues to carry on, doesn't it, even in shocks like this? And so it's a little bit connected to Councillor Darby's question in that kind of consenting world. We also need to think of these other processes, whether it's plan changes or notifications like this with designations, and whether they should continue like they are. Do you put a pause on them? Do we just keep going and we learn over time? So don't have an answer to that one, but I think it's a really good call out. Thank you.
Kia ora, Member Ashby, and I think also with Te Taraki Tāwhiri Auckland's climate plan, that was, I think, one of our first where all iwi, mana whenua and mā tāwaka were involved from the beginning and worked with us in that partnership, and a lot of that discussion was around adaptation, and we need to ensure that is, that work is happening, but it needs to speed up, and we need to use those examples and that experience and those stories to understand the lay of the land, and we have been doing that on a project-by-project basis, as you would have seen in Te Ara Awataha and other situations, but it needs to clearly be at the forefront of every decision. Thank you. No more members are asking for a question, so I'll go to speakers, and I think in order... Oh, right. I will be moving this, and Councillor Dalton was seconding, sorry. Good to remember that. Speakers, I think we had Councillor Darby, were you first earlier?
Oh, look, just probably briefly, I've been reflecting quite a bit on sort of the language that's used to describe this event, and I've heard words like unprecedented, 1 in 200, nothing we could have done could have prevented this. And I've been sort of saying to myself, all those descriptions are not appropriate. We may not have seen this before in Auckland, but we've seen it, and it was just a matter of time. We've seen very localised, very dense rainfalls only just a few weeks ago in where I live, but it was just localised, and it brought an incredible rainfall. But the balance of Auckland read about some thunderstorms in a particular area. This was a deluge right across, like the dense dots were landing everywhere. And the 1 in 200, when you mention that, I find myself, it's almost like you're creating an excuse for not having woken up to this risk. And of course, then there's this, you do hear, nothing we could have done could have prepared for this. And we know that's incorrect as well. All of us know that that's incorrect. Niwa told us about this likelihood more than a decade ago. Now, all the research is there, it's all there. And I know we've been moving in the direction of water-sensitive design, but, we've been paddling with one paddle on the side of the boat in that direction. And no doubt this is, more than extreme. I also just want to sort of say, I don't want to get caught up in this high density versus low density argument about, where the flooding happened. Let's wait for the real evidence to come in rather than, as you, Chair, say, rightly relying on anecdotal evidence. But if I can say, some of the anecdotal evidence I've seen, I live in Devonport, I live on Stanley Point. And I don't want to make this just about my place, but Stanley Point is a lot smaller now. And it is a heritage zone, and there are properties galore that now have, 5 metres of their front boundary in the ocean, along with the, coastal Putakawa canopy. And there are 9 red-stickered properties, and it's not a big area. There are 9 red-stickered properties there. My guess is that it's in, the impacted areas are in high-density zones and low-density zones as well. But let's wait for the evidence on that. But that rolling average of numbers that we're consenting in hazard zones is 2,358. So in the last 12 months, we have consented that many dwelling units in hazard zones. And those hazard zones are floodplains, flood-prone areas, inundation zones, and erosion zones. I never realised that we were consenting so many buildings to be built in such places, and then thousands of people to be put in those places, or to live but maybe not fully understand the place that they're living in. And the last thing I reflect on is reflecting on maybe the names around Auckland. And Chair, in our area, we have a place called Wairau, and it was an absolute flood zone. I only woke up recently to what that name means, the place of gathering waters. And did it not gather? Deep and dangerous and extremely costly. People have lost livelihoods, and I'm just waking up to that name, Wairau.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Newman, you're still wanting to...
Yeah, look, thank you, Chair, and I very much enjoyed listening to what Councillor Darby just said, because I found myself in almost full agreement with him, which is great. I think that the scope of this, I think that the Mayor should be part of the design of the scope of this too. If, with your indulgence, Chair, I think you should add his name in. The challenge here, there's a couple of things. The scale of the work is far beyond the capacity of the organisation to quickly turn this around. I think that's understood. Secondly, it's not necessarily possible for a proper legislative response and addressing the funding implications with ministers for a period of time. And the reason for that is that if you were to do I mean, I think firstly, going back to the integrated catchment study work that Councillor Fletcher referred to is very good. The second thing that would most obviously have to happen is that the cases that came up in the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan hearings will all have to be reread. Every single one of them, particularly on the catchments and the infrastructure, because all of the evidence statements and all of the submissions and the deliberation at that time for the proposed Auckland Unitary Plan of 2016, dating back, so you're going back quite some time, all that will have to be read, because actually the modelling work, I am sure, that was prepared at the time will by and large stand up. But of course, what has happened is that, well, what did we do? We had the Housing called Special Housing Areas Act. We had all those SHAs that have been consented. We've had a very permissive Auckland Unitary Plan. We now have the, we can't stop plan changes at applications that come through privately. We've seen how hard it is to stop that. And now we, of course, are directed by what Parliament has required. Both major parties in the Parliament have required the enabling stuff with the NPSUD, for which Plan Change 78 has been prescribed and notified. And it, you know, I don't think that it's, I mean, my view is that Plan Change 78 now needs to be pulled entirely. There's no need to rush this. You can't rush it because you couldn't move forward on an evidentiary basis, largely because of the work that's required within the scope of this commissioning hasn't been done yet. So, you know, Parliament needs to respond to this as much as Council, but Parliament just doesn't have the information, certainly based on what Megan Tyler just said. The officials haven't even been talking about it, from what I understand. So I think that there's a lot more work here that's going to need to be nutted out, and I'm not sure that you'll be able to address the scope of this fully in the time required. And if you are, I just, in terms of the implementation of a piece of work to review, that is going to have to be subject to a lot of resource in-house and external, and actually there are people who could potentially do some of this work, but are possibly, you know, there are consultants external to this council as well who are probably quite implicated based on some of the past evidence of their advocacy and various plan changes and hearings that have come up previously, Chair. So I don't know quite how you're going to do this, and I don't know who is supposed to do this. I agree with this work, but I think that the scope of it and the ability to stand it up is probably too ambitious. I support this. I do think the Mayor needs to be involved, and I also think the other thing is, frankly, this will have significant budget implications, and how we stand up the budget for the immediate response is not fully known yet, given that we're just about to go up for consultation on a budget which appears entirely theoretical to me at the moment. And secondly, that Auckland Aucklanders will need to be aware that whatever we decide on that budget almost certainly will have to change, as we simply have to move around scarce resources to aid recovery as to other things that we might have otherwise liked to do, but most certainly will not be able to do. And the final thing, Chair, is that there is a liability argument that will inevitably come up. So I would be quite keen to get a legal briefing in relation to some of this, because the Mayor has pointed out that people will be lawyering up, and last man standing unfortunately is council, and people will want to take a piece out of us, I'm sure. So I would be quite keen to understand the legal implications of what developments have been enabled in areas where the evidence to enable it was quite contested, but it was consented anyway. And I wonder if that could be picked up within the subsequent scope of what you're about to do. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor Newman. And the legal side of things will be covered on our side, but also I've added in the C legislative, because a lot of what may need to change is Building Act requirements, etc., that we cannot often push back on. So that is a discussion that's needed to be had. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just a number of very quick points, and I'm thinking my first one is an important one, and that's to acknowledge some of the people around this table who for quite some time now have been drawing our attention, and I'm not one of them, I'm not proud to say, about this very sort of response and the ill-advised nature of some of our planning decisions in the past. Leave the plan change 78 aside, but just this concern with flood-prone areas, areas of vulnerability, and I think of Councillor Stewart out in Howick and Councillor Walker going back to Rodney District Council days. It's no comfort to say, 5, 10, 20 years on that they were right, but it perhaps is an indication that we do sometimes have to start listening to some of our own people, both within the council chamber and out in the community, who do know what they're talking about. Because in my view, we're often very quickly ready to move on or to pretend that this has just come out of the blue, where actually it hasn't. So I welcome this work. I don't think it necessarily has to be bigger than Ben-Hur, as Councillor Fletcher alluded to. A lot of this work and finding has actually been done in one form or another and is available. So we're like a lot of things within the council, encyclopedic library is actually there that can be drawn on already. Similarly with Councillor Darby's good examples there, thinking of the place of gathering waters. I think of the Wairau Valley back to, when I was at Westlake. It was a dangerous place. You felt dangerous when you were down there when it started raining, and it didn't take too much rain to just turn that place into a raging torrent. And there were people who have died in similar circumstances to the unfortunate people who'd passed away this time back in the 1970s. So the community know, but we do have a lot of newer people in our community. I would just say in conclusion, in respect of this work, there were a number of areas also that expected to get hit or have a similar track record as places like Milford and Wairau Valley that didn't go quite as bad this time as you would have expected. Some were just teetering on the brink. So in Whangapraoa Peninsula, we had some places that were just on the brink of really flooding badly, but just pulled back. And in some places, in part to the good work that council had done over many years, that actually saved them from a kind of disastrous situation. So I would hope that in this work that we are aware that as much as there's some clearly identifiable areas around that have been hit this time, there's many, many more who dodged a bullet to a certain extent. And I think as far as the rainfall goes, that not all places were hit evenly, although it was heavy right across the city. Obviously others were hit a lot harder. Next time round, it might be someone else who's the Wairau Valley or some such a similar disastrous outcome. So I hope, Mr Chair, in following up, that this work can be done expeditiously, because we're now in an environment where we don't have time for big, lengthy reflections and policy rollouts over years and years. We're expecting another event, this week. So there's a real urgency to this, and I support your initiative here. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner.
While I'm in agreement with everybody here, I'd like to just put a tradie perspective on it, and a close association with my son, who's a certifying builder and certifying drain layer. The comment that lots of places how many places are being allowed to be built in floodplains, etc., is based on what the council has zoned their properties with and put floodplain drawings over them and stuff like that. And that has been getting more stringent over the years. So there's plenty of times I personally have been to sites and you look at the plans and the site and say, this has been called a floodplain. And the mitigation costs that have been forced upon the building consent is huge as well, and in some cases I consider over necessary. So all I'm saying is that it's just, I just want a knee-jerk reaction without actually looking at the facts and the figures. And also, what are we doing with all these people who own property if we then say, well, now you can't build on it? So I just want to bring that as just a bit of balance. Thank you.
Very important point. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. I'm really thankful to be on the same side as a lot of my colleagues in this debate, which has not been usual in terms of housing. Just acknowledging you for this work. I do support it. I'm a bit concerned about the scope and the costs, but we'll get there when we get there. Look, to be honest, if you'll indulge me, I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge, firstly, those that lost their lives in the flood and their families, those that have had their lives turned upside down. For residents in my ward, that happened twice in 18 months. So it's very tough. Look, I want to publicly thank the council staff that have worked so hard. We're asking accountants and planners to fill sandbags and coordinate emergency responses that they haven't necessarily been trained for, and they did a fantastic job. Your city really appreciates your work. Thanks for that. Also they're community heroes as well. I met a guy yesterday that towed a guy with a kayak out of his house, tetraplegic guy, a neighbour, that would have otherwise, lost his life. So that's heroism, and we'll all have stories like that. It's beautiful. Anyway, we need to do something about places like Waimoko Stream in my ward that broke its banks again. That is a hazard to life, right? We wouldn't leave exposed wiring in our house. So we can't leave these places that are clearly hazards, that are clearly a risk to life, completely untouched. We have to do something. The Mayor was right in the press conference where he said, look, we've been building in places that we shouldn't have been building. I agree with him completely. But we need to be clear that unless the houses were consented and built in the last 5 months, then they come under the old rules. They don't come under the Plan Change 78 in the first place. And actually, Plan Change 78 has qualifying matters for flood-prone areas. So in some respects, PC 78 is actually it's not the problem, it's the solution. We've just got to make it work for us a bit better. Part of the solution for me is a regulatory issue, so I'm really glad that we've got that in the resolution as well. Acknowledging Councillor Ferry for writing some great stuff about this. Water-sensitive development, a city that, drinks water through the ground, right? A city where we protect our trees a bit better that soak up so much of the floodwaters. This is the kind of stuff that we can do, and we can have great intensification. That's not going to cause a risk to life to people. Actually, in my ward, the intensified subdivisions, they held up fine, by and large. It was the older houses that really got slammed. And of course, I've said this 100 times, so feel free to turn your ears off for the next minute or so, councillors. But look, we have locked out people from the best land in the city to build houses in the central city, places that were reasonably untouched by the flood. And I'm representing parts in my ward, Henderson, Ranui, places like that, that were completely slammed. Some of the poorest communities in Auckland that don't have the ability to bounce back. So we've got to think about that when we're looking at this stuff. You know, some of the stuff we've got to do is looking at funding clearing the culverts better, funding healthy waters, even support for people that can't build their house back safely. I think we need to talk to the government about red zoning, places like Waimoko Stream. You just shouldn't have houses there. We can't expect people to build them back. They're too afraid for their lives. So this plan, I actually have a lot of optimism for the scope of work. This is the kind of stuff I'm hoping we'll get back so that we can plan our city better in the future. Thanks, Chair.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
A couple of things I want to speak to. The first one was introduced by Councillor Newman, and that goes to the consideration of actually who does this investigation. And the context and around that's really important, because one of the problems we have in Auckland is because we are the employer, it's very difficult for people that engage with this council, and if you haven't gone along with people, you can have problems. The related issue that also needs to be addressed is around governance and oversight, and that's around the part of this council. In the 2010 to 2013 term of this council, there was a subcommittee that I chaired, and Stormwater reported to it, and I took an outstanding interest in it, as did a number of the people around that committee. But frankly, since then, Stormwater, in terms of its prominence, its oversight, its governance, has actually progressively gone downhill. And the other thing that's necessary to know is, back in the day, we had some excellent people in Stormwater, and within a relatively short period of time, the first tier, the second tier, and the third tier were eliminated. And there was some publicity in the Herald at the time around some of the background to that. There was a two-page spread. And certainly it was at that time that I saw some of the systemic changes starting to occur that have put us where we are today. So by all means, we can look at some scope here and we can investigate some things, but we also have to look at the governance and the oversight role, the amount of time we actually give to oversight around stormwater, the reports that are being brought to us, and in particular the people that are going to be advising us around this, because it will hit some rather sensitive areas. And those of you that were around in the period of time when the Water Sensitive Cities Unit did a report on council, and I'd visited their unit at their location in Monash University. There were some excellent people there. They did a report, and then internally the officers commissioned a peer review to try and debunk that, even though the points that were being made were, in my view, very, very accurate. And some of the reporters here that were around then may even remember that. So again, I just go to scope. I refer to the points I made earlier, but also the necessity around our role and who is going to be looking at it, because I think that it will be somewhat revealing and will necessitate some significant changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. No more speakers? Thank you. Thank you all for this debate. Thank you for supporting. Sorry, Councillor.
I'm so sorry.
Apologies.
I just wish, in conclusion, and I think a lot has been said, but this is a critical time for Auckland where we are literally at a watershed. And I just hope that politics don't dominate what happens going forward. I hope that it's evidence-based. And I think that the proposal before us gives us an opportunity to actually try and remove the politics and move it away from blame. And in the pathway that does come forward, there may be some backtracking, there may be some changes. And I think we've got to be gracious in that, because right now, and certainly in my ward and Councillor Ferry's ward, there's a lot of people and a lot of anguish and a lot of fear. And I think if we can keep our citizens and the future to the forefront, it will help us in this difficult task ahead. I would also like to personally thank all of the operational staff who've been leading this. I've laughed a couple of times. We've got our own Dr. Ashley in terms of Rachel Callagher and the way that she has fronted this and led us on a daily basis and given confidence to people. And I'd also like to acknowledge the Mayor. He may not be the best communicator, but at the moment, he is the best person with his background, his experience, and I think his willingness to lead us forward at this time. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been pleading that we have action of this kind. So I feel very, very happy in supporting it and hope that the relevant ministers of the Crown can come as quickly as possible to the table to try and give the confidence to Aucklanders, despite the fact that it's local or central government, that we're working in an integrated way to find a common sense response moving forward. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Thank you all again for your points and the effort you've been going to in your communities and your willingness to support this. I guess from a helicopter view, this is obviously a climatic event. This is climate change. Last year was officially our hottest year again. 8 of the last 10 years were 8 of the hottest years in our history. We had the wettest winter, followed by the wettest November on record. I think we then had the wettest December on record, and now undoubtedly this has been our wettest, I think, month ever in January. This is what we've been saying and what people have been saying for over 30 years would happen. It's just unfortunately coming much faster than we hoped for, I guess. 2020, before COVID, we had the skies turn red with those horrible fires in Australia, something that we could never imagine would happen. Then we had 2 years of record drought and dealing with that, and now we're dealing with the opposite of that with record rains and floods. I think we all have the horrendous stories, the looks on people's faces. Our communities are anxious and stressed. Trying to access help when you've lost everything is pretty overwhelming for everyone dealing with that right now. I've heard stories of heroism, but also stories of absolute pain, and people are still unsure of how to describe what happened and describe what to do next. I think there is a case, and I have been speaking to ministers, and I'm sure many of you will too, around we need help to know what to do. This is of scale of Christchurch type disaster. We are going to need government help, undoubtedly, to help fund this. Do we need emergency laws? What do we need to rapidly change some of the things that we've been saying through our water strategies, through Te Tarakia Tawhiri? It's all there in the plans and the strategies we've implemented over the last couple of years, and in many of the actions and the budgets we approved in the last 2 long-term plans, especially around climate, around water, around the direction we're heading, which has been fantastic. And you will see that in some of those areas where we've put that infrastructure in, they fared slightly better than some of the other areas. But we're going to need help to do that quickly, and we don't have those tools in some circumstances. So we're going to need mana whenua, the Mataronga Māori views from long ago saying that you can't change the water's path. It will choose itself, and we've seen that. Daylighting streams, showing what our communities can do, working together is clearly what we're going to continue to do. But with this scope of work, we will try and make it as big and specific as possible, because it needs to cover as much as we can. And talking to the Climate Minister yesterday, often in a crisis, often in these situations, we do leave things too long and people forget quickly, or those who weren't affected don't realise how bad it was and don't understand why we need to move. And so I think all of us clearly believe that we need to move quickly. We need to give people answers and make sure we aren't making any plans in the future that put people at risk. So I just want to once again thank Aucklanders, especially those that have been affected and those that are helping, and thank everyone, whether it's council staff, emergency services, just neighbours and friends, marae, churches, everyone who's been involved and will continue to be involved. But it's really important that we don't forget, and that next week we don't forget, and that everyone is focused on this through the recovery, but also the response and dealing with what comes next. So kia ora everyone, thank you so much for supporting this. All those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Thank you. We're going to have a 5-minute break so you can do your thing, have some refreshments and come back to the table. Thank you. Kia ora everyone, we'll just come back to the... Kia ora. So we have Karen and Amber here, and I think Jacques is at the back. He's listed. Thank you for waiting so patiently. I know that probably was a surprise. You were probably hoping to speak a lot earlier, but unprecedented times as always, unfortunately, the last few years. So thank you for being here and all the work you've been doing on this one. You have a presentation to come forward. I'll just move the recommendations, and Deputy Chair Angela Dalton will second, and we'll go to the presentation. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Karen Kirk and I'm from the Strategic Advice Unit, and I'm here today with Amber Dunn, my colleague, and we're going to present some key points from our draft submission on the Spatial Planning Bill and the Natural and Built Environment Bill. This submission is draft, it's been prepared by staff. And today we'll share some key positions, but really we're looking for feedback and further direction from the committee before we submit. And we did get an extension from the Environment Select Committee to the 19th of February, which we're taking advantage of given the circumstances. We did a briefing online, a recorded briefing. We're not sure if you've had a chance to have a look at this. So we're just going to cover the key points very briefly, and then we can have some discussion. So this is just an overview of what's proposed. I should say that overall staff supports the need for reform of the resource management system, and we support the general intent of both bills. But we do have a number of concerns, and we don't believe that as currently drafted, the bills meet the objectives of the reform. So this is just an overview of what's proposed and how the various components fit together. First of all, the Natural and Built Environment Bill, which is about 800 pages, it establishes a national planning framework which provides stronger national direction from government. And this will consolidate existing national direction provided in national policy statements and national environmental standards. But we're also expecting some new direction on, for example, infrastructure. Each region is required to develop one natural and built environment plan. This is similar to the Auckland Unitary Plan, and this will help guide decision-making on consents. The Spatial Planning Act on the right-hand side, it provides for new regional spatial strategies. This is similar to our Auckland Plan 2050, and it requires regional spatial strategies to be consistent with the national planning framework. These strategies will be implemented through new implementation plans and voluntary implementation agreements. And natural and built environment plans are required to give effect to the national planning framework and be consistent with regional spatial strategies. This slide just highlights some of the key positions we've taken so far, and I'll just pass over to Amber.
Yes, so these are positions that apply to both of the bills, both the Spatial Planning Bill and the Natural and Built Environment Bill. Council staff strongly support all of the provisions that relate to Te Tiriti o Waitangi. This includes all of the following matters: the shift to give effect to the principles of Te Tiriti,
a minimum of 2 Māori representatives on the regional planning committees, the 3 system outcomes that relate to the protection of mana and mauri of the natural environment and protection of protected customary rights, the recognition and provision for the relationship of iwi and hapu and the exercise of their kawa, tikanga and mātauranga in relation to their ancestral lands, waters, sites, wahitapu and other taonga. We support the decision-making principle to recognise and provide for the responsibility and mana of iwi and hapu to protect and sustain the health and well-being of te taiao, the requirement for te oranga o te taiao statements, the upholding of treaty settlements, joint management agreements, and opportunities for monitoring. Council staff are also asking for guidance on te oranga o te taiao, which relates to the purpose of the Natural and Built Environment Bill, and on how best to give effect to the principles. Council staff also strongly support all of the provisions relating to climate change. In the bill, this currently includes the system outcomes relating to achieving reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. It also includes achieving reduction of risks arising from and better resilience to natural hazards and the effects of climate change. Equally so, it relates to the protection of Indigenous biodiversity, soils, wetlands and estuaries, which are very important carbon sinks as a way to combat climate change. Council staff also recommend strong alignment with all other climate change legislation that is currently underway with the government. That includes the Climate Change Response Act. It includes the upcoming Climate Adaptation Bill, emission reduction plans, and of course the Te Taruki Atawhiri Auckland Climate Plan. That's you now.
However, we are opposing the regional planning committees.
Strong role for local government is the next one.
Because we believe that there needs to be a strong role for local government. The regional planning committees, as proposed, replace council's critical planning role, and we are recommending that council's planning, environment and parks committee or equivalent be recognised as the planning committee for Auckland, augmented with additional representation as required. We consider that the Regional Planning Committee, as a separate entity, will prevent the integration of plan making with decision making on funding and financing, which remain with Council, for example, through the long-term plan process and the Regional Land Transport Plan. We also think that the Regional Planning Committee approach is unnecessarily complex. It adds a new layer of decision making, and it's also complex to administer. There's a need for Council and Mana Whenua to reach agreement on the composition of regional planning committees, and there's also various operational inefficiencies in terms of staffing, IT systems, and potential employment issues, which all generate potential costs for Council. As we've said, the Regional Planning Committee is independent of Council, and we feel this is leading to a weakening of local voice and a lack of democratic accountability. The other point that we're recommending relates to infrastructure funding and financing. We see the bills as a missed opportunity to create stronger linkages between outcomes, infrastructure investment and funding. And we're requesting a new suite of funding and financing tools. It's the range of tools available, and we're also recommending changes to other legislation, but also the amount of funding available. So basically, we're recommending that there needs to be more clarity on the long-term infrastructure funding and financing to support these regional spatial strategies and the relationship to existing legislation.
sorry, I forgot to talk to the number 3 up there, which is council staff strongly support a strong role for local government in the new system. However, this is absent in both bills. The staff see there's a reduced role for Auckland Council in particular. They will have no plan-making function. There will be less integration with other decision-making. There's less connectivity and access to communities and local voice for plan-making. We can't see any accountability back to ratepayers. And despite this reduced role of Auckland Council, there are more costs. Council staff see the separation of plan-making as fragmenting governance, in particular governance with infrastructure investment. What staff are seeing is a much greater role and powers to the minister, and some of these undermine local democratic input. The absence of a strong role for local government, or Auckland Council in particular, means the proposed reform fails the reform objective of retaining appropriate local democratic input.
This is just one slide on key points relating to the spatial planning bill. First of all, we're recommending there needs to be a clearer purpose. As I said, we support the intent, but the purpose at the moment is a bit unclear. Basically, it's to assist in achieving the purpose of the Natural and Built Environment Bill and system outcomes that are outlined in that Act, or that bill. We support a shift to outcomes-based planning, but we're recommending that there needs to be a clear hierarchy amongst the outcomes, plus scope to address regional level outcomes. We support the government's proposals for the national planning framework to resolve conflict between the outcomes, but we still feel that direction is required on managing the trade-offs that will be involved. And lastly, we're recommending that the spatial planning bill and the Three Waters legislation be reviewed to strengthen integration. Secondly, we're arguing for strengthened local voice. We're recommending that the regional spatial strategies role is to promote the well-being of communities. And if the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee is the Regional Planning Committee, that would address many of the issues that we've raised around weakening democratic accountability. And we also support an approach that reflects local boards' statutory functions, which isn't referred to at the moment in the bill. And lastly, we're supporting provisions around strengthened implementation. We see a real risk in delivery failure, as implementation plans are a bit of a missed opportunity to create the stronger linkages between planning outcomes, infrastructure investment and funding. And we don't feel that these plans address the current critical infrastructure challenges that's facing Auckland at present. We're also arguing that council and implementing entities, for example, other infrastructure providers, they need to have a much more meaningful role in the development of these new regional spatial strategies. So we're recommending that council be required to ratify the draft regional spatial strategy to ensure that council plans are consistent with the regional spatial strategy, and we're not committed to projects that we can't fund or deliver in the long term.
I'm just going to touch on 3 key positions taken in regard to the Natural and Built Environment Bill. Firstly, the staff are asking for a prioritisation of the bill's purpose. The purpose to the NBE is very, very complex. The first part is to enable the use, development and protection of the environment while providing for future generations, promoting outcomes and complying with environmental limits and managing adverse effects. It then has a second part, which is to recognise and uphold Te Oranga o Te Taio, which also has 4 components. There's no clear relationship in the bill between these 2 parts of the purpose. And This is creating a lot of uncertainty in the bill itself. The position taken by staff is that we support te oranga o te taiao to be the primary purpose of the bill, and that it will guide the second part of the bill. Council staff are also seeking a clear statement in the purpose on achieving system outcomes. At the moment, it is just to promote, but we are saying we'd like to achieve the outcomes that are in the bill. Another position taken by Council is that we seek the removal from the purpose of managing adverse effects. We want that gone to create to create simplicity and clarity in the purpose. And in doing that, we can orientate the system towards achieving positive outcomes while complying with environmental limits. Council staff are also asking for prioritisation of the system outcomes. While we support an outcomes-based system, and in particular achieving positive outcomes, there are 9 system outcomes in total. They are covering the protection of the natural environment, to reducing greenhouse gases and climate change, to the availability of highly productive land, to the provision of infrastructure. The lack of hierarchy creates large uncertainty in the bill, and we'd like that addressed through prioritisation of the outcomes. Council staff acknowledge the system outcomes are a vital part of the new system, and that there needs to be certainty at this level. The other part to add there is that Council would like the hierarchy or prioritisation of outcomes in the primary legislation and not in secondary legislation. This second position relates to the National Planning Framework. Now, this is a vital part of the legislative architecture and to the functioning of the system. Consistent national direction through the National Planning Framework will help to achieve the purpose of the Act and to achieve system outcomes. It will be made up of the current national policy statements or national environmental standards that are currently in the RMA. It will be the responsibility of the Minister, and it will guide both the regional spatial strategies and the natural and built environment plans. Council are supporting the use of environmental limits. Their purpose is to prevent degradation of ecological integrity and also to protect human health. Council staff recommend that we add an additional purpose to the National Planning Framework, which is to achieve system outcomes. The environmental limits are a very important part for ensuring protection of the natural environment. Council staff are also making the key point that the environmental limits need to work together as a cohesive set, since one limit will affect other limits. There are key parts to the National Planning Framework that staff are opposing. We oppose the use of interim limits and exemptions to interim limits. We believe that interim limits will undermine the purpose of the bill, undermine achieving of outcomes, and that it works against the principle and the purpose of te oranga o te taiao. Interim limits essentially allow the setting of lower limits, and they have an unlimited time period. They also create trade-off between the environmental limits. Council staff are also strongly opposed to the offsetting and redress of cultural heritage. It is Council staff view that all cultural heritage values are irreplaceable, and Council staff sees it as a destruction of cultural heritage and a backward step. We cannot see how the offset or redress will create the best heritage outcomes for Taumaki Makaurau, Auckland. The third position are key oppositions we are taking to parts of the natural and built environment plans and consenting. There's 3 of these. We strongly oppose the exclusion of amenity values in plans and to influence decision making. Council staff believe this hinders our ability to provide for special character areas and also rural amenity values. We believe it will impact on cultural heritage and the livability of our place, in particular the identity of the city. Council are also making it very clear that view shafts from Maunga are sites of cultural significance and do not fall under the category of amenity values. Council staff also recommend strong opposition to the tree protection limitations in the bill. The proposed limitations are more restrictive than in the RMA. They are applying across the whole region, not just at urban trees. And council staff position is that we require greater opportunities for tree protection, not less. We believe these will help us achieve many of the system outcomes that relate to climate change, reducing greenhouse gas emissions and protecting Indigenous biodiversity. And lastly, council staff are opposing the use of the fast-track consenting for specified housing. Staff's view is that this is appropriate if Auckland Council can actively participate in the decision-making process. However, fast-track consenting will be the responsibility of the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Minister will be the decision maker. Council staff's concern is that allowing large unplanned out-of-sequence housing developments could occur where there is no funding for the required infrastructure, that the inability to use development contributions when they are out-of-sequence developments, and the inability of council to assess the cumulative effects on infrastructure. It is for these reasons that council staff recommend the removal of specified housing from the fast-track consenting. Alternatively, staff request that specific criteria be set for specified housing and an improved decision-making process that will allow council to be directly involved. So altogether, whether the Spatial Planning Act or the Natural and Built Environment Bill, what we're talking about is several things: the protection of the natural environment, we're talking about land use planning and infrastructure planning, we're talking about plans, consenting, compliance, monitoring and enforcement, we're talking about governance arrangements, we're talking about the role of local government, we're talking about how we plan to enable growth and development, and infrastructure investment and funding. This is a really big reform.
And finally, this is our next steps. We should highlight that the Chair and the Deputy Chair have been invited to present or give a briefing to the Environment Select Committee on the 13th of February. We are hoping to send a final draft to the group that has delegated authority to sign off the submission next week. And we're looking to lodge on the 19th of February. And then council will be invited to make a formal submission to the select committee, but we don't have a date for that yet. So, kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, thank you both and the teams for a significant amount of work done on this. It's a phenomenal piece of work, so thank you. Councillor Newman, question.
Yes, good afternoon. I've got, I would like to comment as well after the appropriate time. It's a bad bill, but can I just ask, so currently under this relates to the Three Waters legislation, right? So currently under the Three Waters legislation proposed, stormwater infrastructure in the road corridor stays with council, stormwater infrastructure for the conveyance of stormwater to and from the road corridor is with this new Three Waters entity. It's a ridiculous scheme, but anyway. Under the framework of this bill, with respect to the national planning powers, who in effect would be responsible for the design of land use practices and the consenting of those land uses within the drainage catchments that are affecting those road corridors, even though we might be own and apparently control the road corridors? It seems to me we won't have jurisdiction in effect. Can you clarify?
Through the chair, can I just start on that? Yep. We had a workshop yesterday, didn't we, around Three Waters, and we know that there's still some uncertainty in the provisions in the bill about exactly whose role it is in certain areas and maybe who's even got some kind of consenting powers between the entity and the council. We know that council will still retain its regulatory powers. Under this resource management reform, the ultimate decisions on plans, whether that's long-term or kind of unitary plan stuff, so the land use in these areas, as you say, is those regional planning committees, which, as it's drafted at the moment, is not council. They are separate, standalone bodies. And what we are proposing is that for Auckland, given we're a unitary authority, Auckland Council's, this committee, or something like it, should be the regional planning committee. So that would mean that we would actually be the decision makers still, as we are at the moment on plans. That's if the reform changes. But that's just an example of where there's a lack of integration and working together on those two pieces of reform. I hope that's helpful.
Well, my follow-up question then is that currently this council issues and enforces the network discharge consents for water care, as well as so that's the first question. We issue the network discharge consent under this bill. Is it now the minister's responsibility or the regional planning committee's responsibility for the issuance of such discharge consents and the enforcement of it?
Through the chair, there still will be consenting powers, so consents under, this new natural and built environment plan, let's call it the unitary plan for ease. So council will still have, if there are consents required under that, then this council will still have the powers and jurisdiction for that consenting work. Things like network type decisions and patterns could also now be set at that spatial plan level, which is higher. I don't think a network discharge would be at that level. It probably would fall down then into this new unitary plan, this natural and built environment plan. But also the reform intends that there is more certainty up front in the planning, so at the spatial plan and at these NBE plans, and less consents therefore required overall. So it's a bit tricky at the moment.
Well, my final question is who ultimately would have jurisdiction for consenting water takes?
Through the chair, I'm going to say the council still does, but so council will still do that. We will still have the legislative or the regulatory jurisdiction around water, big water bodies, and so if we're taking off that would still be our responsibility.
I was just going to add, the planning functions, the making of the regional spatial strategies and the natural and built environment bills will be the responsibility of the regional planning committees. Consenting, compliance, monitoring, enforcement stays with council. So we will get these plans and we will have to implement them, do the consenting and do the compliance, monitoring, and enforcement.
No, but if we're issuing a consent, I understand the issuing consent powers, but if the powers are consented in accordance with a plan that's not ours, it seems rather hollow.
That is an issue that we have raised, yes. Another entity will make the plan, then we have to implement it.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Does the bill protect heritage or have options to protect heritage?
One of the key points that is being made and recommended by staff is at the moment there is a system outcome which is for the conservation of cultural heritage, and staff want that changed to the protection of cultural heritage. We don't believe conservation is strong enough.
Okay, that makes sense. So then why would we be concerned around amenity value if heritage could be protected? Those seem to be mutually exclusive.
The amenity values There isn't actually the term amenity values in the bill. It's been called scenic views and commercial signage, visibility of commercial signage. So its absence from the bill has been raised by staff.
Through the chair, if I could just add to that. While, of course, the staff have worked on this, we have worked from previous council positions or comments, feedback on exposure drafts and various things over the last couple of years. And I think, and we've certainly told the previous council, but for those who weren't here, the minister and government are very clear they don't believe that amenity values, so in the Auckland context, that's kind of things like special character, possibly like volcanic view shafts and things, or local view shafts. They're very clear that should not have any protection. You should not be able to do anything with those. So the bill is therefore written to that degree. We are suggesting, based on previous positions and thoughts, that we would oppose that, but that could be a matter you wanted to discuss today as to whether or not you still believe that's true. But that's the position we've put.
I really appreciate that, and thanks so much for all your hard work. I suppose my final question, I don't know where to direct it to, maybe the chair. It wouldn't be a surprise that I fundamentally oppose our view in terms of amenity value. How would you suggest I represent that view with my vote? Do I have to vote down the whole thing or just sections of it? Because otherwise we've done a lot of great work.
Through the chair, I think, the resolutions as they stand are pretty broad. It's like, approve the submission. Now it's based on the direction we've given you. We've given you that kind of high level summary themes that we're talking about. There's a delegated group that will be asked to finalise all the wording on it. I think it would be easy enough for us, assuming these matters are put together, if you wanted to record your disagreement with our position on amenity values, for example, and we can just list those down as a note. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, I can add to that. I mean, we're still taking feedback, and either verbally today or by the 10th of February, we can receive emails directly if there's additional points you want to raise, and we can incorporate them.
I really appreciate that, but I'm painfully aware that I'm in a tiny minority on this point, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
So I've got a question here. It's kind of a question by way of suggestion. I mean, if I read this, I understand it. Essentially, it's in planning speak. It would be really helpful to have a submission that a person in the street can understand. The impacts of this for an ordinary person out there are disastrous. They no longer have any say. That should be spelled out with some examples of how it affects them, because it affects people's lives. It's bad for the environment. And you say all of these things. It's going to be catastrophic in terms of dealing with the issues that we've had recently around storms and so on. It just takes everything away.
Kia ora, Councillor.
So
is this a question?
So what I'm asking is, can we spell this out so that an ordinary person can understand what the impacts of it are, with some pictures, with some projections, because it takes where we are now and it builds something far, far worse. Can we spell that out so that an ordinary person can understand what it's doing to their Auckland, our Auckland, because it's a disaster? And that is the only way we're going to get through to the government and the parties that are associated with this. We have to spell it out so it's crystal clear, so people understand. And we have to do that with almost everything, because otherwise we just do not get through. Thank you.
I can answer that. This is a point that's been raised through our local boards. They've said that the government hasn't been very good about communicating the changes. So we're definitely highlighting that in our submission, that the government could do a better job of actually communicating with people on the street what the changes involve. As for council, we can certainly give it some consideration as well.
Sure. If I gave this to a 10-year-old or the like,
Yeah.
they'd have difficulty getting their head around it because of the planning speak and the lack of indication of what it actually does. We need to spell it out.
Yeah, Councillor, me.
Yeah, through the chair, thanks, Councillor Walker, and I do understand, what you're trying to achieve. I need to be honest and say in terms of timeframe, we don't have an opportunity, we don't have the resources to create a version that is perhaps a little more easier to understand or is a little bit more specific to communities or people in Auckland. However, I think it's a good point in terms of our submission to the Select Committee, which will come post the submission, to have some examples or pictures or something. I think that's really helpful. But look, I'm not in a position to be able to kind of recreate this. And while I'm not justifying language that somebody like me uses in some of this planning stuff, it is a submission on a legal document, and so it necessarily is often a little bit complicated and legalistic. Not a justification, just trying to be real about it.
Sure. So just through you, Mr. Chair, we need to spell out, one, that nobody's going to have a say, things are going to be done for them by these high-level entities that nobody will understand. There's no protection for trees, there's no protection for heritage, there's this. These are the things that are going to happen. Just spell it out, because it's not evident here. And the point about amenity is huge, because that is the thing that people see and enjoy, and it's not spelt out. So I'm afraid the test that I apply is, would somebody out there understand this? Short answer is no.
Okay, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback. And and I know you weren't intentionally doing it, but the work as a submission and in the attachment A has to be this detailed, because this is aimed at the Select Committee, aimed at the Ministry for the Environment staff. They must understand why their complex bill will not fit necessarily the nature of what we do here and those changes. What I think we could do going forward is to ensure, some sort of Our Auckland piece or an update on a more granular kind of piece by piece of how we've submitted, because we do need this information that we're approving to be very clear to those decision makers and those staff that have written the bill and the legislation to understand the nuanced views. So this isn't, our submission technically isn't aimed at 10-year-olds in the street, but we can work to communicate how we've submitted in the future, on this in the next couple of weeks in a different way, I think. But this specific submission can't really.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
By way of question.
Yes.
Is this agenda item not meant to inform the citizenry of Auckland so that they can understand? Because I would suggest that in its present form, it is not. And if we want their support, then surely we need to communicate it in a way that they do understand.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. And
Thank you.
I guess I would respectfully disagree. The body of the report puts things in a bullet point form, and then it goes into far more detail in the submission. So, but I take your point that there needs to be different messages for different audiences, and we need to figure out how to do that better. But
Chairman, can I make a quick comment? Parliament passed legislation that got the royal assent on the 21st of October last year, only 4 months ago. It was called the Plain Language Bill, and the bill was to promote the use of plain English language in all official documents, websites and submissions, and not to cloud it, with all sorts of legalese and so on. That's a piece of legislation that our Parliament just passed.
I'll take that as a point. Thank you. I think, Councillor, the points have been made, and the staff have done a fantastic job of a complex piece of legislation that will change or could change the city in a drastic way, and has a significant amount of points that we have to get through. We can, and I've asked, and Megan will ensure, that on top of this, we will try and work on an Our Auckland style piece that will face out to the community on a more simple view of the complex nature of this submission.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask a question. So We've got all these things, MPF, RCCs, RCCs, and so on. It is so difficult. It is so difficult to get your head around this on our part, let alone an Aucklander out there. No wonder we're not getting the support against the government for this. Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll take responsibility for that, and I'll try to ensure that we do better next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Ashby.
Kia ora. First, just wanted to acknowledge the work that the staff have done, having just done a submission on Saturday for my own iwi. I know it's a lot to get your head around and work through, so big ups to you for that mahi. I can see it, a lot of deep thinking reflected in what you've put on page, so just first want to acknowledge that. I just have a couple of questions. One is, in terms of, first perhaps just to provide context to my questions, I think it's probably reasonable to say most iwi probably share some of the discomfort that the council has in terms of the giving away a bit too much to central government through these committees and ministerial powers that quite frankly circumvent direct hapu iwi engagement. An example is the establishment of a national Māori planning sort of monitoring entity, not dissimilar to the IMSB, which is fine, but overstepping into policy development, which is the realm for iwi and hapu. But the question relating to all of this is, have you been aware, I guess it's with reference to the RPC, your submission point is around augmented a panel like the basically committee with augmented with additional representatives is the language you use. And just thinking in terms of the giving effect to Te Tiriti and also the recent engagement council's done on Māori representation and the views of iwi hapu there around what that would look like, at least according to hapu and iwi, which is the Crown model, which is rangatira to rangatira. So that's a iwi or hapu position of representation, and a fallback one being 50-50. Just wondering, and not expecting an answer at this table, but just wondering if you were aware of that when you were, I guess, thinking in terms of what the iwi component of either the RPC or something to replace it might look like. And I suppose related to that is currently it talks about, two, and I note that you kind of support in principle this 2 of 6. If it were to be an RPC of 50, I hope it wouldn't be that big, but that the percentage shrinks a lot. So I just wonder if you're, first of all, I guess to break my questions to 2, what is the council position or council officer position on reflecting those iwi hapu aspirations on representation, i.e. 50-50, and or as a fallback position, having a percentage rather than a 2 on an infinite number of seats. Just 2 questions related to that. The only other one I have, a couple of others, Section 106, the Te Oranga o Te Taio statement from hapu and iwi. This is where, because iwi don't have enough to do, they can write these statements and give it to this body of non-iwi, non-hapu, non-elected members from I don't know where, and there's no direction in the bill as currently drafted as to what they have to do with it. They could presumably, give it to their kids to scribble on if they like. There's literally no comment in the bill. So just wondering if I couldn't find a comment on that, if you'd pick that up, so just throwing it there. And then just to the point around some of the comments earlier around consenting and the difference between the planning and the consentability, I think there's a mediator in this bill that sort of snuck through and is quite scary from an iwi hapu perspective around allocations being set by the RPC for natural resources, which, as you can imagine, for iwi hapu cuts right to the heart of te tiriti and customary rights. So if these allocations for different resources are being set by a non-hapu, non-iwi, non-elected entity, it may be council that is consenting, but the actual distribution of those is set by a body that would be no one around this table and probably no iwi hapu and tamaki either. So it's just really, I don't know how to frame that as a question. I guess I wasn't quite clear around the allocation point what your response was. So sorry, that's probably enough for me. I'll shush, but yeah, thank you again for your good work.
I'll touch on the first question, but Megan will probably back me up. In terms of the number of representatives, my understanding from the staff positions is that we support the basis that is in the bill, and at the moment the bill is saying at least 2 Māori representatives, and we have supported that. Your point to being 50-50, that's a political discussion, and in the bill it says that there will be, the regional planning committees will be made up of local authority members and iwi and hapu members, and 1 representative from central government for spatial planning functions. There will be appointing bodies for each of those members, and it is the responsibility of those appointing bodies to decide on the actual composition of the regional planning committee. So they will decide if it is a 50-50 or a 30-70. So that's actually in the bill, and it will be a responsibility of the appointing bodies. It's actually quite complex how it's set up, especially for the Māori appointing body. You're requiring iwi and hapu committees to then set up a Māori to set up. So you're leaning on iwi authorities to set up iwi and hapu committee who will decide on the Māori appointing bodies. Local authorities will decide on who will appoint the local authority members, and then they have to decide the final composition. So to your question, it does come into the bill that way. To your question on section 106, te oranga o te tile statements, yes, we have picked up on what will they contain. We got great feedback from IMSB on this. What do they need to contain? What effect will they have in the system? And can we get more direction on that? And I think the great work had been done in the Three Waters legislation, or through freshwater management planning, where there's really good guidance on that. In regard to your point on the allocation of natural resources, I'm actually not able to answer that right now, but I could probably come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right, I think we're at the end of questions. Thank you. We'll ask the staff to move back to the gallery, and obviously there may be some extra feedback you hear through the debate, but thank you very much. Right, so Councillor Newman would like to speak first.
I won't take long, Chair. Look, I do want to thank the staff. It's a big piece of work to turn around and to respond to a bill which is frankly a shambles bill. And once again, I think it really is an exercise of government and officials in Wellington really trying to achieve an outcome in terms of what they consider to be faster, better planning outcomes without actually understanding much of what they're talking about, and hence they come up with a bill which is just not in a good form. But I think that the bill will probably end up going in some direction as per Three Waters, which will have to be largely rethought, because the basis for Three Waters was about hopefully getting some capital restructuring of the balance sheet. Instead, it's just become an absolute bugger's muddle. And I think this bill will largely end up having to go in the same direction, because I can't see how you can take decisions to a regional committee, the composition of which is very capricious, it seems, and then expect to get an outcome that will enjoy buy-in and licence from the affected communities. There is an election coming, and I'm quite sure that more and more people will feel over time that the planning framework that affects them is not fit for purpose. But I do want to thank the officers, because I think they've done a good job in trying to encapsulate what is a fair submission. Not all of it I agree with, but a fair submission in response to poor legislation. Thanks.
Kia ora, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. Yeah, just really briefly, I fundamentally oppose special character areas, and I always have. So I'd probably lack integrity if I didn't oppose it here in terms of our enabling points around the amenity value. So, you know, obviously that isn't something, in my opinion, we should be advocating for a bunch of reasons that I've set out a lot. But it also, the other thing I wanted to add was when we're refining this submission, perhaps, if we're going to look at it, I just direct the people to have a look at the Waitakere Ranges Local Board submissions. They're extremely valuable in terms of tree protection, and I'd like to incorporate their points as much as possible. You know, I don't want to throw the chips out with the wrapper, so I will vote it through, but if you can note my point around amenity. Thank you.
Kia ora, we will do that. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Walker.
I just want to reinforce the question I made, or the questions I was asking about earlier. Can we please take this very good work that's been done by the officers, and it's very good work, and translate it into plain English and spell it out so that Aucklanders and people in general can understand that this bill is an unmitigated disaster across a whole range of things, not just a single thing, across almost every point. It's frankly unworkable. And what the financial impacts of it aren't resolved. It is an unmitigated disaster, and that needs to be spelled out quite succinctly with some specific examples, so somebody with a house out there can understand that their trees aren't protected, their environment's not protected, their amenities gone. It's not even in the Act at all. From a climate perspective, it's probably going to be an unmitigated disaster. Their rates are going to go up. Everything about it is bad. And I don't think it's going to be good for iwi as well. And I see the nod there. So we need to spell it all out. Thank you very much. And if we can dedicate some resource to that, and we must have people that can do that kind of thing, surely, then let's do it. Thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor. Councillor Lee.
It's a comment and a question. I am concerned about the loss of case law from decisions after decades of the Resource Management Act, which I fear will be, because of the disjunct between the philosophy of this Act and the Resource Management Act, which was originally, the authoring of which was originally led by intellectual politicians like Simon Upton from National and Sir Geoffrey Palmer from Labour, which made a serious attempt to balance environmental protection and conservation with development. I see that, and therefore that raised a lot of complexities which learned judges and courts did a lot of work on trying to resolve through appeals. But the question is that a concern for our staff, that the loss of that, if you like, wisdom when it comes to managing resources?
We're in debate, but I think from the nod from Megan, you'd be correct there.
Happy to answer if you want quickly. Mr. Chair, Councillor Lee, look, I think it's a really good point, and I have to say I think certainly the ministry officials are concerned about the loss of case law, and so what you see, or what I believe you see in these reforms, is a little bit of change and a whole lot of cut and paste from the existing ones so that there's a lot of case law that can be kept. Okay. Now, I'm not convinced that's going to happen, and I'm not sure if if there is a belief that a reform really is needed, that is the right thing to do, because there's some case law you don't want to keep, actually, but you probably can't pick and choose. So I think the devil will be in the detail with submissions, but you've raised a really good point, and I think it's a little bit schizophrenic at the moment. It wants to try and keep case law, but also wants to make a change, and I don't think they've got the balance right yet.
Thank you, councillors. Yeah, just for my comments at the end, I feel like this is a missed opportunity. I feel we've always been supportive of reform, but it's clear that this is reform that takes away the things that we wanted to strengthen in a lot of cases, especially the fact the community already feel the systems don't connect to them, or they don't feel they have clear say now, and this further removes that from the communities that we represent. The other thing, and I do want to note that this report was written before the storm we just faced, but we've been clear in here that the bill should be amended to include the impacts of climate change. Written here in section 23, it said the bill should be amended to avoid locating development and infrastructure in areas vulnerable to the effects of climate change. The impacts of climate change should be explicit considerations to inform decisions on the location of development and existing and planned infrastructure. And the regional spatial strategies are not the right instrument to canvass options for managed retreat or determine who will meet the related cost of that adaptation. We wrote that before that I didn't write that. Our staff have continued to say that over time. So it seems the bill is trying to do a lot of things, but maybe not the things that our communities really expect even before the storm. It is disappointing to have those regional planning committees put out there when it's sort of almost like Auckland has been forgotten, that we're slightly different than some areas that may need that type of support or may need that expertise. We clearly should be and could be making those decisions around this table or a table of the governing body with our independent Māori statutory board, instead of trying to reinvent the wheel through what sounds like some of us would be selected to go on to that, or it is a very confusing way, and the pathway to responsibility is also a bit confusing. So the other thing that I think is a big missed opportunity, and it is much like maybe the way we do stuff, strategy, finance, etc., it doesn't always match up, but it does. It is disappointing that we don't consider infrastructure in a far greater rate, and this bill does not include that, because as we know, for the last 30 to 50 years in this city, those have not been meeting the demand for people, housing, and we cannot catch up with the infrastructure, and we do not have the financing tools, and the future of local government doesn't give us those tools. So all of this sort of reform is going on, but does not seem to be connecting at the same time. So it's disappointing that we haven't got what we wanted, I guess, out of this process, and we'll be giving that strong consideration. And on issues like trees, which we can't remember how many letters we've sent to ministers and things now, we're not asking for every tree to be protected, but we are asking for mechanisms to protect the best, or work with developers or landowners or communities to protect trees, native trees, the size of trees. At the moment, we have no way to do that, and we know that developers go and clear a site because it's easy, when there could be opportunities to protect and save the trees that are so important for the heat, climate change, floods, stormwater, and just the amenity of our local areas. I was going to finish there, but I see there's two more speakers, so that's fine, but we will be clear on the submission around what I've heard around this table. There are positives here, but I think it's missed the mark on what we've been feeding back over the last couple of years on what this reform could be like.
Mr. Chairman, we ignore nature at our peril. We are too arrogant, it seems, and that bill seems to be riddled with arrogance about development and not about respect for nature.
Kia ora, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Turner and then Councillor Williamson.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm looking for some guidance. I've sat here and listened to everything, and on balance, even though there's been lots of hard work put in, this is not doing what we want. So I want to vote against it. What are the ramifications of me doing that?
Through the chair, could I just ask a clarifying question? So, is it the reform itself is not doing it? So you want to vote against the reform, or is it the fact that we're not dealing with the submission? We've got points in the submission that you don't agree with, because our submission is saying exactly that. The reform's not working; it needs to change. So, just wanting to be clear: is it the submission you're concerned about because we haven't got it right, or is it the reforms you don't like?
I'm just hearing around this table that this tool I'm being asked to vote to activate is not as sharp as it should be. And so therefore, I don't want to pick up a blunt tool.
Kia ora, Councillor Turner, and I think the staff have been pretty blatant or blunt in their opposition, our opposition to many parts of this bill. They can probably go to a level, and Councillor Dalton and I will add the politics to that through our select committee. So essentially the submission that's been written is clearly in opposition to a lot of the points, but we're also trying to be constructive in the areas which make sense, hoping that they will improve the bill. Councillor Williamson, you were saying something similar?
Well, that was my concern, is about process, because it seems sometimes a fait accompli is presented to you and you're in between a rock and a hard place. I think we do have to make a submission to them, and I think we have to make a very clear submission about what it is we agree with and the things that we are very concerned about and will oppose. I don't get that feeling. I tried to read it and I was just, there are plenty of councillors around here that have been through this, so they know what's going on. But as a newbie here, I was very confused. And I've always sort of had a bit of a policy: if I've got a paper in front of me that I really aren't comfortable with, then it's just best to vote no. But a no vote today would mean what? We don't make a submission at all? Or that we've got a chance to get a refined version of this?
And definitely, I think it's a very good point. And I think the staff were just ensuring that they were clear on, where we've put the proposed regional planning committee approach is unnecessary, complex, and adds a new layer of bureaucracy. We could probably add, we oppose this structure in a clearer upfront, and then why, as opposed to just saying why we have concerns.
If we had something like that, I could feel more comfortable with then saying, let's go with that.
Through the chair, I know certainly we also, because this is an opportunity to continue to refine it, so this is not the final version we want. We want to get your feedback. We can also ensure at the front, we could almost have that list of these are the things we agree with and these are the things we don't. And then here's a bunch of detail. You guys, the select committee, you guys read whatever you like. So how about we do that? Yeah. And please, in the intervening the next week or so, if you have particular points or something, do let us know. Otherwise, we'll proceed on that basis and have that.
To you, Megan?
Yeah. Yep. Me is fine. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a question, comment?
Thank you. It was a question of you, and to a degree, it's been raised by others. But I'm in the dilemma of applauding a lot of the work that has been undertaken by staff, but the world has changed. And if I just want to see a clear message in light of everything, is throw it out and start again. I don't think there's enough clarity there. You have to go fishing for it. So I do think others have raised this already. I'm just sort of sitting alone at home and pondering this. I'll look forward to those changes that Megan Tyler is promising, but I do support Wayne Walker's concern. I don't even know that a lot of the parliamentarians that will be considering this will truly understand the extent of this and the impact on council. So I'm all for pitching it at 10-year-olds, and I just don't think it compellingly gives them the message of they have to try again. this is unacceptable.
Yes, thank you, councillor, and we'll definitely improve the upfront stuff and what we say in our short speaking turn, but we do need all that detail in the background for officials to be looking at as well. Councillor Watson.
Yeah, just a quick contribution, hopefully, and I agree with the points that have been made and understand that this is a submission to a formal process, and the language and layout and content reflects that. But I think what we've heard very clearly here today, and I think there's the easy option or opportunity to incorporate that in up front in plain language, plain strong language in the first few sentences or introductory paragraph that then forms a basis which all the detail come. I think that goes to meet the councillors. If any parliamentarians, and Councillor Williamson will probably know better than any of us that most people read the first thing, and if the first thing is very clear and precise and simple language, then we've set the tone for the good work that follows. So to me, that would seem to be a nice solution that incorporates everything, and perhaps a good template for other submissions, given some of the things we're having to submit to on these days. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. Right, so I feel confident that, just to let everyone know, that we are voting on what's been given to us, also incorporating the feedback we've heard today, and this is also supporting us to do a submission on those pieces. If there's anything people feel like they don't agree with, it'd be good to have that out. If you've felt tomorrow that you didn't get your point across, it'd be good. We're sort of going in and out of questions, which we shouldn't be doing, but I'll let the last one.
I'm doing some training, Mr. Chair, at the same time. So what we're voting here is basically delegating you and the staff to tidy this up.
Indeed.
Okay, thank you.
And agree to submit. We don't have to submit, but yeah. All right. All those in favour? Anyone opposed? Cool. Thank you, and we'll note your notes, Councillor Henderson. Thank you. Right, so the final, not quite final, but the final substantive. All right, we do have to defer all the other. How do I do that?
We could do it in a block, Chair, so we could do items 9 to 12 and items 14 and 15 as a block, if you'd like to move.
Okay, thank you.
Those.
So I can.
You could just move and second that. We will defer those and we'll deal with them in the minutes.
So due to the emergency, at the state of emergency, we will move to defer many of the other items. They'll be listed to the next committee on March the 2nd. Anyone like to second? Councillor
I'm happy
Baker?
to second.
Oh, Andy beat you to it. Councillor Fletcher, sorry about that. All those in favour? Anyone opposed? Thank you. And we'll go to the item 13 now. Where am I? Right, so Warwick and Rose. Oh, you're already at the table, sorry. Thank you. You've got a presentation or statement coming on item 13. This is our submission into the inquiry to the 2022 local elections. So just being clear, and I'm sure staff will make it clear, this is our submission about the last elections. We're going to comment some of the future, but this isn't our decisions of exactly what's going to happen in the next election. So just that delineation is quite important. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, Mr. Chair and members. As you've said, this is a draft submission that responds directly to the invitation from the Select Committee, which set out some specific issues that it wanted some feedback on. It's our intention to report later to you in March an evaluation of our own 2022 elections, and it's that time in March where it'd be appropriate to raise any issues you feel that we need to address locally. The structure of the draft submission follows the points that were set out by the Select Committee. So I just thought I would briefly give an overview of the draft submission itself in terms of those points. Under the heading of, so I'm reading now from the submission. Under the heading of low voter turnout, what we've endeavoured to do is provide the Justice Committee with data about the turnout in our area.
May I make a point of order? Just a query at this stage. Is this topic really come under the delegations of the Planning, Environment and Parks Committee?
Not really.
You've got a huge, this committee has a huge workload already, let alone getting into, well, elections. I mean...
Yeah, no, we can answer that. We would normally report this. We would normally report this to the governing body, but the invitation to make submissions from the Justice Committee came out just before Christmas, and the closing date is the 14th of February, which is next Tuesday. Shall I proceed?
Yeah, so if it's in the delegations, if the committee can't sit, another committee of the whole must take it before. Right.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't answer that directly. Any committee of the whole can approve a submission. So under the heading of low voter turnout, we've included there a lot of data about the turnout in our area and the different parts of Auckland, making comparisons with the rest of New Zealand and globally. In that context, the turnout here is not an outlier in any sense. Turnout around the world tends to be around the level that is here, but that of course doesn't mean that we shouldn't be concerned and try to raise and encourage the turnout and to encourage more people to vote. A couple of interesting things in those statistics that I'd just note. Firstly, in paragraph 5, we've mentioned the increase in the number of electors at the 2022 elections over the 2019 elections. 76,854 is the increase in the number of electors. So that at a minimum, that means that there were at least 76,000 people eligible to vote who had never voted in the Auckland area before. They would have either been just coming onto the roll or migrated in from another part of the country perhaps, or even from overseas. They could have been migrants, but that is a large number to get into the system of voting. I also made a note to just let you know that in terms of the demographics of the turnout, our REMU unit has published a report from the statistics from the Electoral Commission, and in the last couple of days have placed that on Knowledge Auckland website if you're interested. There are a couple of paragraphs in our submission which refer to a post-election survey that was conducted, and we thought that the Justice Committee might be interested in the findings from that survey. Basically, the people who didn't vote are telling us that they just didn't know who to vote for. There is then a section about improving voter turnout with some very brief comments on various solutions that have been proposed. Firstly, we note that even to get an increase of 5%, we would need to encourage an additional 57,000 electors to vote. That's a large number. And so to reach 57,000 people, it's not just a matter of putting on a couple more public meetings where 30, 40 people attend at a time. Online voting has been suggested. Personally, I'm a fan of online voting, but at this point in time, the GCSB has recommended that we don't undertake online voting. Next, there's a suggestion about combining booth voting with postal voting. The legislation at the moment allows us to use postal voting, booth voting, or a combination. And a suggestion here is that we look at the combination. So we have noticed that some people make use of the 3-week postal period. They post their ballots in. There are other people who kind of leave it to the last day, election day. Many years ago, on election day itself, it was just really a wrapping up exercise, going around all the libraries, collecting the ballot boxes. But we've noticed recently, or 2022 elections, that there are people queuing up at our service centres wanting to vote, and voting closes at 12 noon. If we were able to combine postal voting and booth voting, we could have a booth voting on election day itself with election closing at 7 p.m. Another suggestion that we've heard is that local government politics should be more politicised into political parties. I can see the rationale behind that. It's more transparent to voters in terms of what they're voting for. If people stand on party tickets, there's more of a sense of competition. And even now with the parliamentary elections, the polling has started, who's going to get elected. And that sort of excitement builds up and encourages people to come out. But the evidence is not there in those countries which do have local elections politicised. In the UK, the councils are very much party-based, but their turnout is lower than ours. In terms of information about candidates, we've set out for the Justice Committee what we do in terms of providing voters with information about candidates. A comment about compulsory voting. Voting turnout is high in those places which make it compulsory. We don't feel that we should be making a submission to make voting compulsory. That's a major step, and there is a separate independent electoral review panel already looking at changes to our electoral system, and that's something that perhaps, if it is to be looked at, they should raise it. They have had a discussion paper out. It's not even in that as a possibility. Civics education, we've noted, and a lot of the local board feedback is saying that there ought to be more civics education in schools. One of the issues we feel is that people just don't understand local government, don't understand the Auckland Council and what it does. The conclusion in that section is that really there's no magic answer to increasing the turnout, but there are various things that we can do to make the voting experience easier and more pleasurable, if you like, for voters. The next major section is about the provision of election services by private organisations. And there has been a little bit of comment, and I've noticed it on social media, about, it's in a negative sense, about elections being run by private companies. I feel I need to speak to that, and we ought to also make the point to the Select Committee that or to put it bluntly, Rose and I would not be able to run the elections by ourselves. They happen every 3 years, so you wouldn't resource up with permanent staff just for something that happens every 3 years. You have to contract it out. You have to hire in the resource. And it makes sense to hire those companies which have had the experience and already have the knowledge of the Local Electoral Act. And the companies that I'm talking about are companies that also run elections for iwi, boards of trustees, and private companies. A section on special voting. We did notice some issues in our own area about special voting, and we can go into those issues in more detail in our March report. Out of a total of over 400,000 people who did vote, there are about 6,000 people who lodged a special vote, so it's relatively speaking, a low number of people, but having said that, no one should find it frustrating or difficult to cast a vote. And it is a difficult exercise with the postal voting system to visit a centre to cast a special vote with booth voting. If you need to vote outside your area, it's not so hard. You're attending the booth anyway. Provision of ballot papers. There has been some comment publicly about people not getting their voting papers. We believe that the updating of the electoral roll is a major issue. And I've set out a number of bullet points as to why people might not receive ballot papers or might think that they haven't received them. But the key one is really that there's a transience of voters. They move residence and forget to update the electoral roll. The upshot is that the voting papers are sent to the address on the electoral roll. It's their old address. I will note there that based on figures on the Electoral Commission's website, we calculate there was probably about 32,000 Auckland elector enrolment update packs were returned as gone no address with the roll update. There's a section about complaint processes, and we do have to recognise that for electors, the system is a bit confusing. There are a number of agencies involved. There's the Electoral Commission in terms of the electoral roll. There's the operational side of things, which is run by independent election services. Then there is the responsibilities of the electoral officer. And then it's the council who has the responsibility for rules around election signs and things like that. We believe that we had pretty good communication systems in place between us all. We worked very closely as staff with the electoral officer, and we would refer on to each other complaints where that was appropriate. There's a section about accountability for local elections. We believe the current situation works well until things are changed, whereby we move local elections come under the gambit of the Electoral Commission. I haven't set it out in detail here, but for new councillors, you might not be aware that previously this council has made a more detailed statement on its support for moving local government elections to the Electoral Commission. In terms of postal voting, there's some information in that section about some of the implications here. The postal service is in decline, and NZ Post has noted that. To compensate, we provided 136 ballot boxes in countdown supermarkets and the like. 127,000 votes were deposited through that system. I should note too, though, that the feedback from the Waitemata local board, member Richard Northey has noted that when he first stood for Auckland City Council, booth voting, this was at the time that booth voting was in use, the voter turnout at that time was 9%. Moving away from postal voting to booth voting might not solve the turnout problem. In terms of feedback on the age of eligible voters, the submission as it's drafted states that the council doesn't have a formal position on that, but it sets out some issues which are relevant to the local government situation. One is the roll situation. When we run our elections, we use the parliamentary roll. It's the roll of those electors on the parliamentary roll who are in our area. We also develop a ratepayer role. We have access to information about ratepayers because we have them on our databases. The submission as it stands states that it's preferable to keep that situation maintained. It could become quite difficult to maintain a separate electoral role for local government. Another issue which might be in front of people when they're thinking about lowering the age of voting in terms of local government is that our elections include the election of licensing trust members. And we just make the point there that that shouldn't really disenfranchise 16-year-olds if you want to take a position about lowering the age to 16. And finally, we just note that we have a youth advisory panel. The lower age limit to be on the youth advisory panel is 14. To date, the youngest has been 15. The comment that was given to me from those who work with the youth advisory panel is they all make very well thought out contributions into the advice that they provide to Auckland Council. There are some additional issues that we have included in here to raise with the Select Committee. One is to do with increasing the candidate deposit for those who wish to stand for the position of Mayor. And that's just out of a sense of anxiousness, actually, when the elections are underway. What if one of the candidates for Mayor is found to be actually not qualified? Under the legislation, if that happens prior to election day, the whole election for Mayor has to be run again. So this is a risk issue. And one way of mitigating against that risk, noting that there were 23 candidates for the position of Mayor, which is only one position, is to increase the deposit. And the suggestion here is to increase it from $200 to $500. I'd like to come back now to the question of lowering the voting age. So I've suggested in the report that you may want to consider a position on that, and I believe the Chair has a recommendation to make. The report itself notes a couple of things that perhaps you might like to take into account. Just very briefly, the Human Rights Act sets out the prohibited grounds of discrimination. In terms of discrimination on an age basis, discriminating against anyone 16 years or older is prohibited. The New Zealand Bill of Rights Act guarantees that anyone 18 or over has the right to vote. There is a recent Supreme Court judgment found that the requirement to be 18 or over in the Electoral Act to be discriminatory without sufficient justification. If you research what ages apply to various activities, it's all over the place, is what I found. But what is relevant here maybe is that a person may leave home and work full-time at 16. In other words, it's no longer compulsory for them to be at school. Their education is, the minimum education that they've had up to the age of 16 is considered to be complete. One thing we should note though, unless this part of the legislation is changed, anyone who is qualified to vote must register, and it's an offence if they don't. And so lowering the voting age to 16 would mean that every person who is 16 or 17 must register or they commit an offence. I think I'll leave it there, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I have some questions. I just want to clarify, we will split out A and B to vote on, then C separately, and then D has to come separately in case, depending on what's, if C is supported or not supported. Yeah, so we'll just go to questions. Councillor Newman.
Well, Chair, it's probably a question to you, I suppose, given that the officers have just advised that you're moving C. Can I just get clarity as to what role you are using for the purpose of codifying those 16-year-olds to be able to vote? Because you won't be able to use the parliamentary role.
Sorry, what role I was?
Well, in order to vote, you've got to be on electoral roll. So what role are you using? Because it won't be the parliamentary.
Oh, as I understand it, Parliament is considering allowing 16-year-olds on the parliamentary roll to vote in local elections, but not government, central government elections. Is that correct? It's one of the.
I think it's just at the moment the question is whether the voting age should be lowered to 16, and there is only one role. It's the parliamentary role. We use that role.
So could you just clarify, Chair, what role are you using for the purpose of allowing those 16-year-olds to vote? Because the parliamentary role isn't your option.
Is just we did not have a view. We can take a view. We can support the view or oppose the view as part of the submission to the Justice Committee inquiry.
But what is the answer, Chair, when the committee asks you, all right, well, what role are you using? If you want to support 16-year-olds to vote, which role are you going to use to allow those 16-year-olds?
The only role there is.
That role doesn't include them.
No,
you need
so
to
then,
have an answer to
so
it.
then the law
Hasn't
would
been well thought through. Okay.
So, Councillor,
is it my right to comment?
Councillor, it says we don't give a view. I said I'd give a view. I'm not compelling anyone to be of the same view. It will go to the Select Committee, who would then work out how that would be legally changed. Because one of the options they were considering was to put forward, as the Prime Minister said at the time, to put forward for local government elections first, if they were to change that based on the Supreme Court decision. Councillor Turner. Did you have a comment to make? Sorry, there, Warwick, on
No, but if it was just for, it would be interesting to know whether people had in mind that each council would have its own register of 16 and 17-year-olds, or whether it was kept centrally by the Electoral Commission but used by local government. It's kind of it's a tricky situation. There are a few questions around just making it available for local government.
Absolutely, and we don't have the powers to change it. It's just a suggestion we'd support it happening. I don't think I'm suggesting we'd do it as our own council. It's just the comment in the report says we don't have a view, so I decided to put forward a view, but we don't have to support that view. Councillor Turner?
Thank you. Just going back down to basics again. First of all, there's 3 attachments here, and now I can't download the actual submission that I saw there the other day. I've only got the feedback from some of the local boards. But just going back to what you've said here, I was really impressed. Thank you very much for your work in most of it. I support there being a polling booth ability at the same time as a postal vote. I really think we have to clean up that nonsense where the voting paper gets sent to the wrong address. In fact, there's a step you missed out there. They send a letter which says, if you didn't get this, please let us know. So, that's
this is a bit weird.
Yeah, but what I am concerned about is just your 100 and whatever it was polling boxes for. You also had several places where there were special polling booths run at private places. And in some lucky places, they got a chocolate fish if they turned up. I applied, I can show you all the evidence here. I've emailed once. I applied to have one of those places myself at my own commercial premises because I'm in a place out, not in the centre of anywhere. I emailed and ended up ringing election services, and they told me that they had to put me on to council's election people. I got the email trail here. No one ever replied to me. So I'd like to see some equity in how this all sorts out too. So it's in our attempts to encourage new voters, or more voters, we're tending to get it very loose out there in the community. So I'd make that comment.
Councillor Turner, very good point, and I asked a couple of similar questions in the pre-agenda, but what you're actually talking about and what I was talking about will be considered at the governing body in March, which will be the how we structure the next election, how we can make it better, all those types of things. So that will be coming to governing body in next March, not this March.
This March.
Oh, March 2023. Oh, I thought it was next year. Okay, so quite soon. So this is more about what happened this time and what we want to tell the government about.
Rather than the process next time.
Yeah,
okay.
And how we can improve that.
Okay.
Is that my understanding, that these two things are quite separate? Okay, so...
We're talking about age change and all that work was last time.
Pardon?
Why are we talking about age change and all that if we're only talking about what happened last time?
We're talking about our submission to the select committee. What Councillor Turner was talking about was how council runs and should run the next election from a council point of view. Councillor, oh, sorry.
About having the it adjusted so that if you turn 18 within the period, you can vote. But I just, based again on the complexities of that 16-year-old vote, I just think it's somewhere we don't need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. I did receive advice on Councillor Williamson's comments, which would mean that actually the vote would be lower than 16 because you'd incorporate 15 and a bit year olds to ensure you can encapsulate everyone voting within that period. So it actually would include 16 and 17-year-olds. Councillor Henderson.
Thanks. Before I begin with questions, I'll just make sure we are in questions and not comments, right? Cool, thanks. I've got a bunch of questions that aren't about 16-year-olds at all. I'll just come back to that bit on the debating time. Did we consider the ratepayer role? That seems to be an egregious breach of a one person, one vote principle.
In any election, everybody has only one vote. You can't have a ratepayer roll vote if you already have a residential roll vote.
Okay, cool. Well, that's good. I've got other questions about that, but I'll leave that. Thank you for that advice. That's awesome. Okay. Have we considered tweaking the rules around treating? I know it's a big ask, but the democracy sausage stuff in Australia works very well. We can't do that legally here. Can we do anything about that? Have we had a look at it? Yeah. Some people like vegetarian sausages, not me though.
Well, I remember
one
recent by-election, we had a barbecue sausage sizzle thing out the front as people arrived, but it's okay for us to do that to encourage people to vote. It's the question of if a candidate does it, is it sort of like bribery? You know, I'll give you a sausage if you vote for me.
Okay.
Really, my feeling is that all of the offences actually do need to be looked at, say, by the Law Commission or some such, just for rewording, because those of us who have to administer the local electoral act, sometimes we're scratching our heads as to what they actually mean.
Okay. Last question, maybe they're all serious, but this one might be a bit more serious than the previous two. Did we turn our thoughts to the recount procedure? Because, you know, it's incredibly murky and in my opinion advantages those that have the resource to mount legal challenges and can unpick a fairly complex process where you're not really given upfront advice on how to do it. So did we look at that?
I'm not sure I understand the issue. Is it the cost of doing it?
The cost in the process is incredibly unclear for candidates that may wish to avail themselves of a recount. But I suppose that's a point rather than a question, but did we consider that as something to give feedback on?
Well, the answer to the question is no. It hasn't been raised as an issue with us, actually. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leone.
Kia ora, thank you very much for the kōrero. I just wanted to ask around the data that you've collated with regard to the special votes, and you know, when I'm just wondering, have you actually got some data around people that we're still waiting in line that were not able to vote at those voting places?
No, I don't know how it would collect the data, but there was certainly anecdotal comments, and I saw a photo on Twitter of a whole queue just before 12 noon on election day outside Election Services office, and it went right down the stairs. People were leaving it right to the very last minute.
So that was only on the last day, not
last day, yeah.
On any of the other days. We haven't been able to collect any data on the other days.
Through the chair, we're not aware of any queues on any other day than the last day, but that last day completely took us by surprise. And we'd provided lots of opportunities for special votes around the region. People took those up, which was great. But that last day, we were just overrun. It had never happened before. We've got some ideas about how we'll improve on that next time.
Okay, thank you. Was any of the other information received from the local boards around use having, I know that we had the booths at the library, but being able to do special votes at the libraries?
In terms of how we do it ourselves, again, that's another question for the March report. There was feedback that there weren't enough special voting places. For the 2019 elections, we did provide more special voting places, but what we found was that people would attend a special voting place outside of their area, and that special voting place wasn't stocked with the papers for the area that they needed, that was applicable to them. It was stocked with the papers for the area in which it was situated, and it was those sort of issues. So this time round we ran fewer special voting places, but they all should have a full stock of the whole 130 permutations, I think.
156 permutations. So there were boxes and boxes of each, so to get every permutation so that anyone could vote at any one of those was really what we tried this time. We believe now there is the ability for us to print a special voting paper from any library so that anyone can come to any library and get the voting papers they need. Other councils trialled that around New Zealand this election, so we'll be following up on that. It wasn't something that was available to us.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor, and there'll be more discussion on that in the March committee. This is about what we want to tell government about our election and their inquiry on the elections across New Zealand.
And any changes that need to be made to legislation, that's really what they're interested in.
Yeah. So, I mean, if we do want to give feedback that the Electoral Commission should only do all that, not us, then maybe that's feedback. But there's a cost to that. Councillor Williamson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just feel very bewildered. This is our response to the previous election and what went on and things that we think could have been better done or things that were wrong.
No, so that...
Sorry, the report to the March meeting will be about our own election. This submission is to the Justice Committee in terms of the feedback it's requested.
Feedback about what has happened in our elections or what we want to happen in terms of changing for the future?
Specifically, what they asked for feedback on was low voter turnout, provision of election services by private organisations with particular reference to special voting, provision of ballot papers, complaint processes, accountability for local elections and postal voting, and lastly, the age of eligible voters.
Well, that doesn't line up with all of the others that are to do with things that happened, and this age thing is something about what you might do in the future.
Correct. That's what they've asked for. In order to lower the voting age, you need to change legislation, and so the select committee is the parliamentary committee is the appropriate
Okay,
place.
so let me make a couple of comments about the process that we have had. First of all, let me say that we've got to be very firm about electoral roll updating. It is ridiculous to send a letter to an address and say, if you're no longer there, please let us know. I mean, why don't you just leave a note for the milkman that says, if this blows away, leave 2 pints of cream? It's a ridiculous. What you need to do is start from scratch every time and get everybody to re-register for the electoral roll. That happens everywhere else. In the United States, all people around me all had to re-register to be able to vote at the coming election. To just send something that, and there is a very transient population. In the Pakuranga electorate, 1/3 of the electoral roll changes every election. That's how transient people are. So we've really got to make that strong, that it is just stupid to send a letter saying, if you're no longer there, please let us know. The second thing I'd like to know is about the contestability of supply of this service. It always concerns me. I only have said in Parliament once that the only thing I ever hated in life was monopolies. Someone's just turned me off. Okay.
It's a good
I said I didn't even hate my opponents, they were my opponents, but I hate monopolies because they can treat you dreadfully and you have no say about it. So if we're going to have a supplier of election services, how do we know that the contestability is good? How do we know the price they're charging? I mean, how do we have a comparative price to say, well, you are still way competitive with anybody else that's supplying? For example, if you wanted to get a spreadsheet from them of who's voted, which is a matter of pressing a button because it's all in their database, $35, $55 for each time you wanted to get it for just your ward.
No, yeah, for your local board.
For your local board, for each local board. If you had more than one local board, you'd have to pay for more. So it just seemed to me there was a bit of a monopoly service there, and we keep hiring them, and I want to know, how do we know it's competitively priced, and why isn't there at least a bidding type system? The third thing that I found just galling was the lack of enforcing of all the rules that you have to follow. I'm really happy to say no rules, just do what you like. I'd prefer that. But when you get told you have to have your phone number on a hoarding so that people can get in touch if they're damaged or what, and your opponents don't, and you report it, and no one does anything about it, and then you report it again, and you try to elevate it, and right through the election, I've got photos of all of our opponents' hoardings, not a single contact or phone number on them. But no one did anything about it. Yet you got fined once for what?
Back in Manukau.
Yeah, well, for what? Not having something on your hoarding?
No,
or
I didn't have something on my hoarding,
Yeah.
and then they took it away, and I had to go all the way.
And you got fined for it. So if we're going to have rules about signage and treating, one of our opponents was in the main street of Howick with the back of a utility open serving coffee to everybody that wanted to come by as they gave them a leaflet. And free coffee. And I just think, I'm okay with that. But then you say, well, hang on, if there's treating laws, you're not allowed to do that. And I just think we need to get that a lot tidier. Get rid of the rules altogether, or have some rules and enforce them. I also don't think anybody should be too worried about low voter turnout. That's a choice. In the United States, the voter turnout is very low, except when you get to the 2020 election when they didn't like the current president, and the voter turnout went through the roof because people chose to vote. And it was a massive turnout. It was the biggest turnout that it was. Trump lost and got more votes than any president has ever got in the past, and he got thumped by Biden, so massive turnout. And so if people didn't like what their council was doing, or didn't like you as a particular representative or whatever, I think they'd get out to vote a lot more. And one of the things that I thought, just in regards to abiding by the rules, we put up some corflutes on the fence of a place where one of the property owners, there's 3 units, had said that's okay. The next day we got photos, fortunately, of one of our opponents ripping our corflutes down, which you're not allowed to touch the opponent. You can report them, and putting his up where ours were. And when I asked them, when I faced them up and said, what the hell's going on? He said, we paid for this site from the lady in Unit A. Now, I know from central government elections, you're not allowed to pay for a private residential site for your hoarding. But when I tried to find out, does that apply in local government elections, there was two different views. No, well, you're not allowed to, but the law, not sure. So please, please, could we make a really strong demand that some real clarity about what is legal and what isn't, and that there's a proper enforcement and fines and so on, so that everyone plays by the same set of rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Those are really good points, and I think even though a couple of them probably go on to March, but some of those are very clear around our submission should be asking for clarity for rules across the country instead of potentially very confusing myriad of rules that don't have teeth, I guess. So if we could add that to the submission around those processes which are relevant to the government. Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Got a question first around this age of eligible votes as it goes to C. And my question is, when I actually read the submission says something completely different. Under 64, the electoral rolls used for the local election comprise the residential roll and ratepayer roll. The residential roll uses the parliamentary electoral roll, the ratepayer, It basically says the age qualification is to be set on the parliamentary roll is set in the Electoral Act 1993 and is entrenched, not set in the Local Electoral Act. The logic that whoever has the right to vote for members of parliament also has the right to vote for members of local government should be retained and so on. So I'm assuming that that's our submission, not C. So I don't see how C fits with what we've actually got in the appendices here. So I have a question around that.
As you say, the submission as I have drafted it says the council doesn't have a position on lowering the voting age. C up there is the chair's recommendation, so we'll need to change what's in the submission if C passes.
Okay, well, through you, Mr. Chair, when I read this submission, I'm assuming this submission is our stance, and it reads to me that we're actually supportive of the status quo, not otherwise.
That's because we've never, so the advice I got was we don't have a view, so we can either say our view is not having a view, which I didn't think was that sensible, so we can, they've asked us for a view, so currently there's no view on the books. We can put either a we do not support or we do support. So I put forward a chair's rec to support, but that can be voted down or it could be supported, and then that will become part of our substantive submission. Staff couldn't put that in the submission because they have not asked for our view and we have not voted on a view. So we have the opportunity to either support it or oppose it.
So I think my further question to this is that if we are going to have some information around this, it needs to be informed. And I would expect, for example, that the total absence of any civic education, total absence, is significant throughout primary, intermediate, secondary, tertiary education. Total absence. Perhaps contrast that with what occurs in other areas, particularly the United States and the UK and throughout many European countries. So that form of information would be useful, because otherwise comparisons aren't valid if the other relevant information is not there. Okay, and you can even go further and take places in Italy where even younger people are able to vote around things, but they've had that form of civic education for literally hundreds of years. So I just make that point. I would like to be very informed, and we need to ask ourselves around civic education and civics, because it's part of an overall civic strategy.
Make a recommendation for something on civics.
So are we in a position to make a recommendation around civics as it goes to what's being proposed here, Mr Chair.
Absolutely, and we have done so before, and Councillor Watson, I think, has been a big champion for that over the maybe
Okay.
the last time we put a submission in, so that can be part of our submission.
Okay.
It's already in the
It's
draft.
already in there.
Yes, under the section about improving voter turnout, we've got a paragraph on civics education. The local board feedback will be appended to our submission, and all of the feedback I've received so far from local boards mentions civic education as key.
Okay, the other question I've got around voter turnout goes to a number of things that I would describe as incredibly basic. There's already been the issue of the voter roll discussed, and papers going out to locations where the people aren't there. And just by way of question, you know, as far as these booths were concerned in supermarkets and libraries, there was no signage whatever at any of those locations to indicate that there was actually a voting booth there outside that I saw in many locations, certainly at the supermarkets.
So thank you, Councillor Walker. That will be more for the March discussion around Auckland Council mechanisms.
I'm raising some of these issues right now because if I don't raise these issues by way of question or the like, the officers may not get them. If you went into a supermarket...
Councillor Walker, there were signs where I saw them, but we can talk about...
I'm speaking to this, Mr Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Walker, that particular...
Through you, Mr Chair,
Councillor...
may I have an opportunity to speak, or...
You have been speaking...
Point of order, Chair. Point of order. Can I clarify again, are we still in questions or are we in comments?
We are in questions. I have been allowing some feedback, but I was just trying to say to Councillor Walker that his points on this are appropriate for March because the Select Committee is not going to be interested in where our signage was placed by council elections team. So that is for March.
Okay, well, I'll just rattle off a few quick questions. So, where was the signage in supermarkets to indicate that where the booth was? Where is the facility to protect a voting paper that's delivered from getting wet in a letterbox?
Councillor, so it's very... The Select Committee is not going to be interested in these questions. These are important points for the March governing body, which will be focused on how we can do our side of the bit better, which is around all those things that you've said. The government isn't involved in those things you're saying.
Okay, I thought we had some issues around voter turnout. If you don't get the basics right, you don't do the stuff, you don't get the turnout, end of story.
Through the Chair, maybe Councillor Walker, if you could just email those questions through to Warwick, because he'll be taking this next report through next month, and he can either address them at the meeting or perhaps through the submission or something like that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. I have three last questions, and then we'll try and round it up and go straight to some comments if there's any. Member Ashby. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. I just had two questions, and thank you for the submission. Question one is obviously it's a question around the participation rate for Māori voters, and how the proposals outlined in the submission might have suggestions for addressing that or increasing that. And I do note there was some good work from council reaching out to Marae and iwi at the time, so you know, more of that. But it's just a question of how you might address that or support it. And the second question is that the report notes that whānau in lower socioeconomic areas are less likely to engage with local government elections. And so again, similar to the first question, you know, what are some suggestions in the framing of this to help address that and for the purposes of your report? Thank you.
I think we'd like to know the answers as well. And we don't have any specific suggestions in terms of encouraging more people from lower socio-economic areas to turn out. In terms of the first question about the demographics of those who voted, I mentioned that the REMU have done an analysis, and that report is on Knowledge Auckland, and it specifically analyses the turnout by people of Māori descent. You mentioned also that you have some suggestions about how we might reach out to marae better, I think. So we'd be happy to receive those perhaps offline.
Yeah, thank you. I guess the crux of what I'm trying to drive at is
Yes.
Māori as a specific cohort in elections, and then the people of lower socioeconomic cohort tend to, well, the first question is there a correlation between those two? And what are the, I guess I can go back and look at that REMU report, but I guess what I'm driving at is, you know, there's a range of suggestions like increasing from $200 to $500 for a mayoral candidate and things like that. I'm just wondering if there's something missing or something we can add to try to, and I appreciate it's a difficult question to answer, but I just didn't really see those reflected strongly in the set of recommendations. So.
Through the chair, but difficult at this late stage. I think I get what you're driving at. We do really try, and what we have done, and we know, and we talk to the Electoral Commission about this, every election is how are we reaching communities that don't, you know, currently vote, and we know that they don't vote. So we'll continue to work with the Electoral Commission on that, but we really drive our community partnerships that we already have. Having Māori staff on council really helps who get out and help us with getting out and get those messages out to marae and iwi entities. So we'll just keep doing that, but in terms of the submission, it's a bit hard. But I do take your point on board that I think what we'll do is just append our Knowledge Auckland report for them so that they've got visibility of what of the voter turnout so that they can see that for themselves. But we work really closely with the Electoral Commission to drive that participation.
Thank you. Member Ashby, Councillor Watson, questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So the Justice Committee is looking for response to these specific things, and one of them is the provision of ballot papers. So I assume that is the book includes the booklet of candidates too. That's included in that ballot papers. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just wondering. I mean, I know we've got this thing coming up in March. I think the pamphlet, the candidate information is substandard in a number of ways, particularly as it goes to the photos of candidates, what happens in the submission of those photos sometimes, so they do their own cropping and stuff. I mean, it might sound petty, but given how superficial the election is, I find that candidate book lacking, both in terms of the set out, the layout, so it's ease of reading through, so we got rid of all the health board people. So is this an appropriate forum to make a comment about lifting the game on the candidate book, so the images are bigger for people, the layout is easier for people to navigate? It got easier just because it was taken out. It's still suboptimal. Some candidates have their bios split between different pages. So that sort of detail that a candidate certainly notes and knows has some potential effect given how cursory a lot of people's response is. Is this an appropriate forum to raise that sort of comment?
It is probably more for March, but I think we could mention it as standardisation across the country if that's something the government would impose. I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm wondering if there's a legislative implication in it. I tend to, we agree that what is in the candidate booklet isn't sufficient for voters, and so we provide an opportunity for candidates to provide additional information on the website. Yeah. But in terms of how legislation might be changed, there's a current limitation of, is it 150 words or something? Maybe that could be looked at.
I guess, and my final question, I'll try and make it quick, and it goes to the wider, or the bigger question of lower voter turnout. it doesn't take very much to turn people off, we know that, or to not bother too much. So even I know that people are talking about the election signage, is it within the scope of this inquiry to make some guideline or determination for local authorities to provide adequate and appropriate areas for signage? Because just to give an example, in our ward this time round, I know this is appropriate to March, but it has a wider issue here. They removed, and so big chunks of the Albany ward had their signage areas removed, okay, and not replaced by anything. New candidates who'd put their signs up and didn't have many had to take them down. So they and others were totally absent in that area. So if that works against improving the voter turnout. So I know we'll come back and say, oh yes, we could have had a bit more here, but often it doesn't result in any action come election time, but it actually all contributes to the slower voter turnout because it makes it harder for the candidates. It doesn't publicise or promote people in the community. So it does actually lead into this inquiry, and they perhaps should be making some, giving some directives rather than just leaving it up. Is it Auckland Transport determines the things or whatever? So that's a question, Mr. Chair, for that. I see Councillor Lee's going to miss his ferry if I don't shut up. So it feeds in. So I'll leave it to March if that's fine, but Auckland, particularly when the turnout's 31% or whatever it is.
I think it is. I think everything you said contributes to a broader question around would government sort of, I don't know, expectations for every area or a level of, standardisation. Would that help? It might go backwards. You don't know, but every council does it differently. And if there was a standard that you knew that there had to be this many places for people, or a certain amount of access, or if there was a specific place, So I think it's probably more for March, but there is definitely questions in there around access to information and clarity for people.
Just a comment. It is more for March, so I don't want to really open the door on this, but. In terms of our own situation, there are road reserve sites and there are park sites, and the authority for parks is local boards. So we tend to ask the local boards if they want to add additional sites for election signs.
Cool, thank you. Last two questions, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. Democracy is important. And may I ask my question, couching it with it is not intended to be disrespectful in any way, but normally this would be dealt with by the governing body. I've heard the explanations because the governing body is our highest body. Did anyone apply? Because sometimes it seems like Parliament is a bit tone deaf to Auckland. Did anyone ask, in light of the floods and the extension to the state of emergency, whether we could extend the date for our submission?
The answer's no.
Not on this one. We did ask.
That's something we should.
Yeah. We did ask to extend the RMA and got that ability, but I think because this was already locked in and still able to be. This was coming to the committee before.
Okay, no, look, it's fine. It's fine, but there is, it is one of those occasions when it should go to the governing body because it is, it's just the appropriate body to deal with something as fundamental. And there's a whole heap of issues around legislative standardisation and other things that we potentially could have dealt with there. But I don't want to delay things, and I just want to foreshadow in advance, because I won't speak again, that I can't support C, and I'd like a vote on that, please, a division.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Baker.
No, that was going to be my question in regard to how we dealt with C, because I don't want to hold things up because the next election is a damn sight closer than it was when we started.
Thank you, Councillor. Good point. And yes, I said at the early point of the session that we'll take A and B, and then we could take C separately. We still have to take D separately in case it changes the submission. Right. we will ask for our officers to step back, and we will go into brief comment if you feel you have comment, but if you've already said your piece in the questions, which many of us have, that'd be good. So, Councillor Newman. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you. I do have a couple of brief comments. I'm planning to support C, and I'm really proud to second it. The principle here is no taxation without representation. We discussed this yesterday, and I think it does apply here. Another principle is, yeah, I didn't interrupt you. They are the most impacted by decisions that we make around this table today. You know, we talk about climate change, we talk about big infrastructure that's going to be there long after we all go away. The 16-year-olds have the most skin in the game of anyone. So I don't know why we don't give them more of a say. You know, because the arguments that I hear opposing this, I've never actually heard a good one yet, frankly. Arguments about cognitive differences, they don't wash with me at all. We don't test voters on their cognition, not by age. We don't test whether someone has dementia or something like that. We just allow them to vote so long as they're above a certain age. We don't test voters on their knowledge of the council or the candidates or how anything works around here. We just allow them to vote. You know, we don't restrict votes on civic education above the age of 18 either. We don't give people worthy voter tests. We just allow them to vote. And so on a principle that 16 and 17-year-olds have the most skin in the game here out of anyone, I think it would be just and right for us to lead on this issue, actually, jump in front of Parliament and do it. And I'm really proud that we're having this discussion, and I thank you for raising it, Chair.
Thank you, Kia ora, Councillor. I think the overall good submission. I do have concerns around the ease of getting special votes, especially if we had the ability for overseas voters to send in the same way they can with general elections. We need that changed. I think there should be more involvement of the Electoral Commission in the role, the advertising, the standardisation across the country, and that would help our teams out. I don't think things like political parties, that's not something anyone can compel anyone can do. Online voting, I know everyone keeps asking for that, but we know there is security issues with that. But there does need to be change. Clearly, in my opinion, the system is still broken. More discussion for March. On the age of 16, it doesn't need to be controversial. I just thought it was important that we had a say. I'm not compelling anyone, or there's no forcing anyone to vote either way. I agree with Councillor Henderson around the impact on 16-year-olds today and what the decisions we're making and who would be voting in. Councillor Williamson in another discussion had a good point that some people don't vote just based on where their birthday falls, maybe until they're 20 or 21. So that would give everyone the vote by the time they're 18 or 19. So everyone would have that early say. A lot of people, a lot of the evidence says if you vote the first time you're able to vote, you generally become a voter for the rest of your life. If we're able to compel and encourage people to understand the system through civics education while they're at school, understand when voting is, and then they come out and they can vote in that period, I think that's a good thing. But my main reason is the same as Councillor Henderson. I have not heard a good reason against allowing 16-year-olds to vote. All of them are based on what our assumptions are 16-year-olds know, and we know that there are people of all ages who don't know those things, and we do not measure that. So for the main reason that I can't think of a compelling reason to not support this, I will support it. But there is no shame or anyone or dismissal of anyone who votes a different way. So we will vote on A and B just by voices. All those in favour? On A and B? Yeah, so A and B, all those in favour? Aye. Anyone opposed? Right, and we've asked for Councillor Fletcher, and I agree, I was going to say that too. We've asked for a division on C. So this is about, sorry.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Members are voting on clause C by division. Chair Hills.
In favour.
IMSB member Ashby. Aye. Councillor Baker. No. Councillor Dalton.
For.
Councillor Darby.
For.
Councillor Fletcher,
Opposed.
Councillor Henderson. Councillor Lee.
No.
Councillor Leone. Councillor Newman. Councillor Stewart. Councillor Turner. Councillor Walker. Councillor Watson. Councillor Williamson. Thank you.
That vote was last 9-6. So our position at the Justice Committee will be that we do not support allowing 16 to 17-year-olds to vote in local elections. Thank you. And the last vote we had to do separately depending on what C was. So all those in favour? Anyone to oppose? Thank you. That's carried.
Just to clarify, Mr Chair, doesn't the submission say that we're just silent on the age thing? We're not.
No, but it said we didn't have a view. Now we have a view, which is we don't support it. Right, just the last item, I'll move. Councillor Dalton, Deputy Chair, second. That's just a summary of our Planning and Environment Parks Committee information and briefings. All those in favour? Anyone opposed? Perfect. Now I declare, I think, the meeting is closed. So unfortunately, yes. So because of the state of local emergency, that'll all, or as much of it as possible, will come to the March 2nd meeting. Yes. Thank you.